Welcome, everybody. Welcome to The Egg. Welcome, first of all, to our host, Executive Vice President Margrethe Vestager. Welcome, the First Deputy Prime Minister of Spain, Nadia Calviño, and, of course, Kristalina Georgieva, the Managing Director of the IMF. Welcome to everybody here in the auditorium, and welcome to everybody watching us on the live stream on the screen. Now, before we officially start, I will be guiding through you through the day today. The Executive Vice President will open the conference in a moment, but please bear with me for a few moments for some housekeeping issues. Not terribly exciting, but important. So there are three of them. The first one, the program. There will be three panels. The first one will look at the broad political issues underlying the topics that we'll be discussing later. The second panel will look at the European perspective, in particular the green and the digital transition. And the third panel will look at the global outlook, the global perspective, Europe in the world, competition policy on a global stage. You can, of course, find all the details by scanning the QR code, which is on your badge, and you see the full program there. There are two speakers who in the end could not join us. One is Ivan Bartoš, the Deputy Prime Minister for Digitization of the Czech Republic, and the other one is Sebastian Siemiatkowski. Of course, we hope to be able to welcome them at one of our future events. Now, you can all participate in the discussions after each panel. For those of you who are here, it's easy. You raise your hand, the microphone will find its way to you. Please state your name and the organization that you are speaking for. For those at home, please use Slido. There is a hashtag to find this event, which unsurprisingly is called Markets for People. So if you use that, you find the Slido app. And this is, by the way, also the password for the free Wi-Fi network that is at your disposal. So Markets for People. That was the first one. The second point is logistics. You will see that we have foreseen long breaks between the panels. We have also foreseen a long lunch break. And the reason is that we want to maximize possibilities for you to talk to each other, bump into each other, continue your discussions that you may have started earlier. So there's plenty of time for you to do that. There's also plenty of time for you to see our poster presentations, which will be out there. Three of them. I'll say something about them in a moment. Very importantly, coffee, refreshments, and other goodies are served throughout the day in the catering area over there. And when you're there, don't fear that you miss anything, because there will be two viewing stations from which you can see everything that is happening here here in the auditorium, here on stage. There are two ways in and out of this room. This is important. So one is here to your right through the curtains. The other one is behind you, up the stairs and then down the stairs. At the end of the day, our Director General, Olivier Garçon, will close the session. That does not mean that you should leave. On the contrary, there will be a cocktail served afterwards, and we can stay here until around 5:30. And the third point I want to mention before we start is the posters. So competition policy is evidence-based. We take facts and figures very seriously, and we have three sets of facts and figures prepared for you here in the conference site. One concerns an opinion poll that we did on the attitudes of both SMEs and households on competition policy and competition policy enforcement. The second one deals with customer savings and other benefits generated by competition policy enforcement. And the third one shows you facts and figures about state aid that was used during the pandemic and during the current crisis on the basis of our temporary state aid frameworks. There will be colleagues of ours presenting these figures to you, engaging with you, discussing with you, explaining everything to you. So that was it for housekeeping. If I can ask the Executive Vice President on the stage.
Well, thank you very much, Alexander. I think you all see that we are in very safe hands throughout this day. So a very warm welcome to every one of you. It's impressive that you have chosen to spend the day with us here in the room, also online. The response when we called for this conference has been phenomenal, far exceeding our expectations. So today we come together from 57 different countries across Europe and across the world. Your background ranges from business to trade unions, from social NGOs to concerned citizens, from academics to politics. You are lawyers, economists, managers, you're teachers, students, public servants. And as said, this is just who you are in this room. Same categories, same difference in backgrounds with all the many people who are joining us online. We are hosting this conference because we wanted to relaunch the debate about the role of competition in people's lives. I think sometimes those of us who work with competition law enforcement, we're a bit timid. We're there with our facts and our numbers, and we do our cases, and we try to make things work. But maybe sometimes we have to step out and say, well, this is what we do, and this is why we do it, in order for people to see what it is. And what we do is not actually technical. Well, of course, the work in itself, but the reasons why we do it, they are not technical. We want to keep markets level, open, fair. And the market is the place where people work, where they live, where they do their shopping, as you can see on the graphics that we have chosen for the conference, for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. So when it's about people, of course, there is a social dimension. It's about who we are, how we interact, how our societies, they work. So competitive and contestable markets and the work of competition enforcers directly benefit people. It is for the people, because prices are kept affordable. We create a fairer distribution of new opportunities. Make sure that new solutions can be delivered, because competition gives the pressure for innovation. We started to think about the overall theme for today's conference a month ago. And I think, sadly, it has become even more topical since then, because even more people really, really need the market to work for them, to make prices affordable, for the energy prices to come down. And due to the current crisis, well, the market is now a place where people may fear to lose their job and find it difficult to make ends meet because of the cost of living crisis. And this, of course, means that the topics that we will discuss today, they have, I think, a different dimension of urgency. This is the opening. I have been looking very much forward to seeing all of you, to hearing from the distinguished panelists, from the moderators. We have these 3 panels that Alexander just mentioned. Very, very distinguished speakers have chosen to spend the day with us. So a day of learning, of inspiration, of conversation, and of course the keynote speech from Nobel laureate Professor Jean Tirole. Unfortunately, Portuguese Prime Minister António Costas could not be with us today due to urgent parliamentary meetings in Lisbon. But I'm really happy that António here sent us this video to kick us off and get us started. Welcome.
Hello, good morning. Dear Margaret, I would like to start by thanking you for inviting me to address to you today. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to share with you what I think are two important challenges facing competition policy today. The first concerns the absence of a permanent stabilization instrument, which creates a dangerous temptation to go for flexibility in state aid rules in situations of crisis. The second is about how this policy area can contribute to Europe's competitiveness. Starting with the first challenge. We need a permanent macroeconomic stabilization instrument for crisis situations. This is the only way to ensure a level playing field and to prevent asymmetric fiscal capacities from deepening the divergence among member states. We have seen how such an instrument was missing during the financial crisis, and how essential it was in the response to COVID pandemic. In 2020, SURE supported 31.5 million people and 2.5 million firms, and further 9 million people and 800,000 firms in 2021. At the same time, member states that used SURE saved at an estimated 8.5 billion euro in interest payments, which they could use to invest. In other words, state aid rules should not be burdened with a task that they cannot perform alone, or even in the leading capacity. This was true regarding the pandemics, and it's also true now when it comes to saving Europe's economies from the consequences of the energy crisis. Too much flexibility for too long in the area of state aid rules can cause lasting damage to the single market. That is why, in the absence of a permanent stabilization instrument, I have put forward a pragmatic solution to Europeanize this ongoing effort to protect European companies from the impact of increasing energy prices. We should use the existing leeway within Next Generation EU, namely through Repower, to support our companies. We can do this, enlarging eligibilities without new instruments, without new debt, on the basis of unusual loans, of which there are more than 200 billion euros. The most effective, the most transparent, and the least discretionary way to protect our companies and households would be to channel funds into the gas and electricity markets through regulatory measures to ensure lower energy prices for all. A good example is what has happened in Portugal. Obviously, using temporary state aid rules, and we helped around 300 gas-intensive companies. But by injecting 3 billion euros into gas and electricity markets through the regulatory system, we are going to ensure lower energy prices for all companies and for all households. At current prices, these temporary interventions represent a 78% reduction in the cost of gas and 60% reduction in electricity costs faced by companies. Moving now on the second challenge. How can competition policy reinforce the competitiveness and resilience of our economy? In other words, how can we strengthen cooperation within the European economy and increase its competitiveness as a major global player? In our view, the most successful approach is one that reinforces the links between CMEs, large companies, and the research and innovation system. This is the most effective way to build today the industries of the future. With resilient value chains, high quality and future-proof jobs and more European added value. This is the model we have applied in Portugal in the context of our recovery and resilience plan with a disruptive program called Mobilizing Agendas. In the essence, the agendas are large, innovative and collaborative investment projects to be implemented by private sector consortia, involving necessarily companies and the innovation system, and co-financed by funds from the RRP. The overall goal is twofold. First, to create or strengthen new industrial clusters in areas such as green hydrogen, batteries, semiconductors, or artificial intelligence. And second, to modernize our traditional sectors, such as the car industry, textile and footwear, agri-food, tourism and retail, among others. The mobilization of the stakeholders in Portugal was outstanding, even above best expectations. An international jury have selected 51 consortia for a total investment of 7.6 billion euros. The public support will amount to an expected 2 billion of which to fund innovation and the technological development. The projects involve more than 1,200 entities, of which almost half are SMEs and span our entire territory. This has proved to be a very successful model, and we can now go beyond the national scale and promote cross-fertilization across companies and the innovation systems of the different European Union countries as well. In this manner, public funds channeled to the private sector work at a catalyst both for increased competitiveness at the global scale, at the same time for further European economic integration. By doing this, we boost the social and economic resilience of the European Union, building a fairer and safer future for all. I believe this model could be a benchmark for the use of public, namely European funds, in support of economic competitiveness while complying with state aid rules. To conclude, I would like to thank again the European Commission for the opportunity to address you today. Portugal will continue to support the Commission's efforts to enforce European competition rules in the way that works for people, for companies, and for all.
Very good. Now time has come for our first panel. May I ask the Executive Vice President and her 3 panelists on stage.
So, welcome to the first panel. As you can see, here you are in the best of hands. And the point of this panel is to try to to set the political scene. What is the world we live in? What are the markets that develops? What are the challenges? And not just, to do the shopping list of crises that we have to solve, but to give a bit of dimension, a bit of color as to what we are doing. There are 3 main themes for our conversation. One is, of course, what can markets do for people in very difficult times? Obviously, for some families on a small budget, things can be very, very difficult. that goes in Europe, that goes, of course, also outside of Europe. But I will make it short because the theme of the cost of living crisis must also be matched with the mid and long-term discussion about competitiveness. How can we make sure that European businesses thrive and that they keep providing the jobs that will then feed into families being able to provide for themselves? So the two things must come together. And I can think of no better panel than this to give us their views. I know it's trivial to say that one's guest doesn't need introduction, yet just the same, welcome to Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. And a warm welcome to Nadia Calvino, First Deputy Prime Minister of Spain and Minister of Economic Affairs and Digital. And an equally warm welcome to Henrik Andersen, who is President and CEO of Vestas Group. I think one of the reasons why we do have a lot of electricity is a compatriot of mine. So you will know a global group manufacturer of wind turbines. Rules of the game, pretty simple. Each panelist has 5 minutes to set out their initial thoughts. Then we try to have a conversation that I will try to moderate for the next 45 minutes. And then we will end with a Q&A session, if at all possible. Slido is open. And as Alexander said, in the room, you just raise your hand if you have a question. So first and foremost, Kristalina, would you kick us off?
Thanks very much, Margrethe. For those who don't know me so well, I spent 7 years here in Brussels, and we were colleagues in the European Commission. So I have my mini version of 7 years in Tibet. The reason I'm referring to this time is because I was crisis commissioner for 5 years, and a lot of my thinking that applies to the period of time we lived through was impacted by the frequency and intensity of crisis I lived with between 2010 and 2015. So where are we today? First, we are living through a shock upon shock upon shock. In just short 3 years, we have experienced COVID, the brutal war Russia started on February 24th against Ukraine and its consequences, and now a cost of living crisis across the world. And the questions we have to ask ourselves is, what are the short-term consequences, but most importantly, what are the longer-term consequences, positive and negative, how to minimize the negative, how to enhance the positive. On the short-term side, very clearly, both COVID and Russia's war have pushed up prices and caused inflation to become a #1 global concern, translating into #1 priority for central banks to fight it to win. Why? Because inflation undermines the foundation for growth, and it is very damaging for the poorer parts of the population. It is a tax on the poor. But we also face a very difficult task to help people and businesses, and that gets into your area of competition. Why? Because there is a tremendous strain on households, and we see very difficult time, especially in Europe, for businesses to succeed. So fiscal policy, and Nadia will probably talk about it, faces a huge dilemma. On one side, COVID has exhausted its capacity, so buffers have shrunk. But on the other side, there is still tremendous pressure to help households and businesses, and do that in a fiscally responsible manner, medium term. My message on these two challenges, fight inflation, but still support those who need help, is it has to be consistent. What monetary policy does to tighten cannot be undermined by what fiscal policy does. In other words, if you are behind the wheel and monetary policy is pushing the brake, fiscal policy cannot step on the accelerator at the same time. Very difficult dilemma. And I would say in the next year, this would be the preoccupation of policymakers to properly navigate, tighten, but not too much, because then we would undermine growth, and support, but not too much, because it would fuel more inflation. And then, of course, we have financial stability considerations. But I'm much more concerned about the longer-term impacts of what we are living through. We are actually in a period of fundamental shift from the decades that were relatively predictable. And inflation was low, interest rates were low, and there was international order that put the foundation for trade and fueled a lot of our prosperity. Now we are in a time of much more volatility. We know we are in a more shock-prone world. Inflation is high, interest rates are high, the dollar is high, and the international community is facing more and more pressures leading to fragmentation. We may end up in a place that, Margrethe, all the power to you, in which the world breaks into blocks, and these blocks have their internal monetary systems, payment systems, trade rules, and of course, the consequences if we end up in this world are dramatic. We, as Nadia knows at the fund, we run a simulation of a world that breaks into two blocks. And what is the outcome? For rich countries, they drop in terms of their economies, they drop by 2%. But for emerging markets and developing economies, it is devastating. They can shrink all the way to 10, 15%. Now, imagine a world in which developing economies' populations are growing and their economies are shrinking. What would that mean for stability, for security, just for fairness? So I want to frame a question on how can we, rather than deglobalize, which seems to be now the mantra, we are deglobalizing, to actually re-globalize. Accept two things. One, globalization, the way we ran it, was not very fair. There were winners, but there were also losers. And we kind of said, yeah, but it's not that bad. Even if you are a loser, it's not losing so much. Well, if you're among the losers, that doesn't cut it with you. And the second one is, if you deglobalize, we are making everybody worse off. Two wrongs don't make one right. And the second one is to recognize that actually security of supplies matter. So we have to have more diversified economies, because otherwise COVID taught us, and the war taught us, if supply chains are interrupted, this is a huge, huge problem for all. What is my view on that? My view is that we all have to work very hard to reinvent the relations we have with the honesty of saying what is possible and what is not. Not possible to go back to only cost considerations matter, so we do need regulation, and not possible to have competition free for all, same rules everywhere, and you probably would touch upon that. But what is possible is to still think of our interdependence and drive collaboration, especially in areas where without it, as humanity, we are done, climate change being one of them. By the way, Nadia, that sits here, is my boss. She's the chair of IMFC, of our governing body at the IMF. We have 190 members. Our job is to keep them together and find the issues on which we can collaborate even in a more fragmented world. So that's my start for the day. Possible, not easy, but possible to keep the world together.
Wow. So now we have set sort of the global scene from times of predictability, low interest, sort of calmness, to times of volatility, inflation, higher interest rates, and the task not to deglobalize, but to sort of recalibrate globalization, to find new ways. And part of that recalibration, if I get you right, is of course legitimate concerns of security of supply.
Yep.
So far, so good, Nadia.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is it working? Yes. It's a great pleasure to be here again and see so many friends. Long time no see, and the pandemic has made it so difficult for us to meet in person. So it's great to be here. And I'm going to follow up on Kristalina and try to also be a bit provocative with 3 points from my side. The first one is that once inflation will be controlled and interest rates will stabilize or whatever, the monster will continue to be there. There's a short tale in Spanish that says this, is you wake up and the monster is still there. No? In a sense, the tectonic shift of the geopolitical order that has ruled since the end of Second World War is a deep change. And it is affecting security, it's affecting technology, it's affecting everything, society, and it's affecting trade. And I think it would be naive to think that this is just a reversible kind of move that will go back to where we were before. I will come to this in a second. And so these, in terms of competition policy, this is shaking the playing field. It's not level, it's shaking. And we need to make sure it doesn't capsize. I think that summarizes what you were saying, Kristalina. But that we set the new rules of this brave new world, which is in the making, and it is up to us to decide how we want to shape it. Well, not alone, unfortunately, but we have a great influence, I think, in deciding which way to go. Which brings me to my second point, which is 3 thoughts that I was thinking about listening to you this morning. One is, you said dilemmas. I think these are trade-offs. And sometimes these trade-offs are very difficult to sort out, and sometimes they become extremely easy, in a matter of hours. For example, one would think the green transition. Well, there's a very difficult trade-off between short-term and long-term. We're going to be talking about that, I'm sure. Short-term, this imposes costs, this actually raises prices, this imposes technological changes, this also requires a change in the skills of the people, so this changes labor market, but in the long run it's going to be great. But I think the war has actually taught us that short-term and long-term, we need to accelerate the green transition for reasons of strategic autonomy. So it's not just a matter of what we hope to have in the mid-run. It's not even a matter of responsibility vis-à-vis our children. It's a matter of our short-term security. So, it's been sorted out. Likewise, coming to competition policy, one could think, well, in the short run, let's just, subsidize whatever, and let us take whatever decisions are needed, because in the long run, the new equilibrium will surely bring competition back to the forefront. Well, I think this is a bit trickier. Margaret and I, we discuss this very often, but we need to make sure that short-term and long-term are coherent, as Kristalina was saying. I'll come back to this, I think, in the second round. And the third trade-off is the one that Kristalina was saying, fiscal and monetary policy. We need coherence also between the articulation of the two policies. Today there's a very important meeting going on of the European Central Bank, which is surely going to also add some new elements to the playing field, without any doubt, at European and at global level. So trade-offs is the first element we really need to go deeper into. Second one is inertia. All institutions have inertia. I have been seeing this for the last year when it comes to energy regulation. So 1 year ago from Spain, we saw energy prices going up. We said, something's happening. This is serious. We need to tackle it. We need to adjust our rules. It's taken a year for some to realize that the rules were no longer fit for purpose. I fear it's a bit the same with telecoms regulation, I have to say. And I've said it openly, and I see it. We need to really take account of the fact that the markets have dramatically changed in these years, and they are changing as we speak. And I do think that we have to rethink also competition rules, adjust them so that they are absolutely fit for these new realities, ensuring that we preserve effective competition, but in a new playing field with a global framework which is totally different to the one we knew 10 years ago. And my third point is one of melancholy and hope. So many would say, I'd like to go back to the world of yesterday, no? Die Welt vom Gestern. And I think Kristalina is very, very right in saying, and I think realism is important in this sense. We are not going back to the world of yesterday. And we should not think, oh, it was so good in the good old times. Well, you know, it doesn't serve any purpose to have melancholy. I think that what we need is to look forward. And here's my message of hope. We were very good in reacting to the pandemic. Conversely to what happened in the financial crisis, there was a European response. It was a united response. We acted with determination on the basis of solidarity. And I think these three principles should guide us also when responding to the war. Unity, determination, solidarity. We can discuss Antonio Costa's proposals in the second round, but I think, you know, we have a good compass. It served us well to go through the pandemic. So let's continue to work on a joint European response based on these three principles when facing the challenges that we're confronted with today and those that may come in the coming months. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Nadia. I think this is exactly what this day will bring us, in-depth discussions about the trade-offs. And you have given us also, I think, the challenge as to how to make short and long-term needs to be coherent, how to break out of inertia in the unpredictable world that Kristalina drew up for us. And last but not least, realize that behind us, they turned out the light. There is nothing to go back to. So we need to move forward. And in that world, Henrik, what to do?
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Commissioner and Executive Vice President, and for me, just Margrethe, but for inviting me here today. And I think, thank God we are not going back to yesterday, because if we were that, we would actually go backwards in the energy transition, and that will be even more dangerous to where we are today. So I think we are gathered here today. We are making markets work for people and business. It's a central topic for all of us. The competition, the internal markets, and definitely its rules are important to keep businesses on our toes, so to say. We cannot defend fair and free trade and competition across the globe if we are not walking that talk here in Europe. We cannot do that. And the internal and single market is one of the main pillars of the European Union. I think a large part of the EU legislation relates to the four basic freedoms of which the internal and single market is based on. It's the free movement of goods, its services, capital, and people, not least. In order for the single market to remain strong, fair competition rules are required. Competition also needs proper market rules that gives a level playing field. In wind, it's been a bit too much race to the bottom on price and cost, with wind is now one of, if not the most cost-competitive source of power today. Most cost-competitive source of power today. So might say that's a success, rightly so, because it is. But in the current energy crisis, it calls for wind energy to be valued fairly. First of all, to the benefits it brings Europe, decarbonization, job creation, and not least now, energy security. So competition, not only on cost, but also on the value. So the EU Commission can help tremendously here. Traditional costs have been a key driver for decision-making when designing policy initiatives and investing in low-carbon technologies. Now the technology provides energy, i.e. electricity, to a level that is currently between a fifth to a tenth of the current market prices. So the cost of it compared to what we are faced with is there. So you mentioned it in your introduction, Margrethe, that the address also here is about the concerned consumer. And I sincerely hope over this good hour that I can also bring or contribute with a little bit of input. There is here a solution that is workable, scalable within the citizen and the person and the consumer in EU. But I'll also encourage here politicians to not only short-term deal with the symptoms. We are symptoms regulating things. We are giving the patients a little bit of painkillers, and then we are saying we are now making the energy prices lower in the short run. But at the same time, we have been spending 3 or 6 months on doing that. We have basically done nothing in terms of permitting. We have done nothing in terms of putting more up. And the reality right now is where we are in end of October. We have done less this year in new permitting and installation of renewable than we did last year. And last year we only did approximately half of what we needed to do in our own target making. So we have to accelerate actions and investments for that net zero carbon future. And we need a market that evaluates economic, environmental, social, and technical outcomes of potentially those energy solutions. So we need to shift political and commercial focus beyond just the cost to include the value as well. So shifting the narrative of energy transition towards system value is critical for society and the economy. And for example, increased investment in renewable technologies and accompanying green infrastructure will yield social return. It will yield the energy security far higher than its initial investment. And the private sector goes hand in hand very much with the public sector here. So thanks, and I look forward to a good discussion. And as you can probably hear, I'm not politically elected, so therefore I have a more free introduction to some of these things. So I look very much forward to our discussion here.
Well, thank you very much for a somewhat grim perspective. It was said this morning in the Danish news that carbon emissions they will peak 2025. So we're still on an upgoing trajectory. Kind of gets your sense of urgency. Of course, kind of lovely weather if you're short on gas this October, but also a bit sort of troubling. Henrik, you point a picture where you say, well, competition on costs have gotten us very far, but that is too limited. You need also to compete on quality, on resilience, on making sure that supply chains actually work. Nadia, in this perspective, well, do markets then actually work for people? Are markets doing their job?
Well, I'm sorry, Margrethe, but I would like to comment two or three things on what Hendrik was saying and complement, which I think leads to the reply to your question. But and what is the role of the EU? Because I think your point is a very important one, which is Europe has to be in the lead. We have to walk the talk. If we want the global economy to go in this direction, because let's be honest, if we don't get China and the US to follow suit, then we won't be able to stop climate change. So we really need, as Kristalina was saying, to bring everybody with us. And Europe is leading, and we're all very committed, and we have a roadmap, and I think we're all really convinced, that this is the right way forward. But we have to be very mindful that we don't put requirements and a very high standard for European industry, which makes them go to other countries, which is actually something that is happening. Be it because the energy prices are very high, or be it because the regulation is very tight. And so this is something that also, I think, has to do with the unlevel playing field. I think when we think about markets, we really have to start thinking about global markets in many of these areas. Because if we only look at the national dimension or even the European dimension, we are missing a big part of the story. And we have seen this very clearly, I think, these last 2 years. When you were talking about the security of value chains, markets have to provide low prices, high quality, security of supply. This is something that we maybe were not thinking so much about. And so this is shifting the way we approach this discussion and this issue. So I really think the role of the EU and the role of the European Commission, I'm going to exaggerate here probably, but has never been more important. Because it is now that we need to have a carbon border adjustment mechanism, that we need to have harmonized standards, that we need to ensure that Europe leads, but we don't die in the effort of leading, no? And we bring everybody with us. That's the first point I wanted to share. Second one, you were talking about renewables, and this is very good news. In the hours, Spain has a competitive advantage on sun. I acknowledge it. Huh? It is even more competitive than wind. When it comes to the price. In those hours of the day when wind and sun are the marginal technologies setting the price in the Spanish market, it's below €1 per megawatt hour. So it is extremely cheap. So this is not only the cleanest technology, it is also the cheapest technology. Mm-hmm. It's a no-brainer again. There's no trade-off. We have to move ahead as fast as possible. Mm-hmm. And I think that is something that maybe people still think, oh, but renewables are more expensive. No, and with the massive investments that we are putting into these technologies through the recovery plans, they are going to become cheaper. So we have to move ahead as fast as possible. I couldn't agree more than what you said. Permitting. Also, smooth processing of all procedures, including those that have to do with state aid and other processes here in the Commission, regulatory processes. It's just this sense of urgency is asking us to move ahead very fast. And here again, the Commission has a very important role to play. At local level, there are many resistances. There's a strong inertia on the side of many who say, oh yes, but this is not good for the landscape, or this, I don't like this close to not in my backyard. Mm-hmm. So we really need to get our act together, because accelerating permitting and the whole smooth deployment of these technologies should be our top priority. I couldn't agree more. And my last point is on markets. Are they delivering? Yes, but what we should require from markets is different. And that makes it imperative that we also become more autonomous in technological areas such as chips, 5G, the batteries that we need for the electric cars. And we have become suddenly aware that we are vulnerable, and we depend not only in the supply of semiconductors, but also in some of the raw materials which are essential to make the wind turbines, to make the solar panels. So I think we need a very all-encompassing, holistic approach to value chains when we are assessing our markets delivering. And also we need to take a strategic approach in ensuring that we do have reliability in the access to these kind of technologies, which we have painfully discovered are absolutely essential and strategic for our development and progress.
Well, thank you very much for that as well. that sort of unnerving worldview that you left us with, Kristalina.
It's going to get better from here on,
Okay.
I promise.
But if it's going to get better from here, then how? Could you
Okay.
elaborate a bit
Yes.
about
Yes.
how we changed?
It is, I mean, I have obviously been thinking a lot on what is the silver lining of this more turbulent world we live in. And one is the recognition that is finally sinking everywhere, that as a global community we have one particular task, and it is to fight and win against the climate crisis. Why? Because we can survive a recession. It's painful, for some people really, really harsh, but we can survive it. We can survive inflation. Again, painful, but we are not going to die from it. We cannot survive as humanity an unmitigated climate crisis. It is as simple as that. And if you use this as your big organizing principle, because it is an area where we need each other and it can help us as a world to be together, then the question is, what is the role of competition policy? What is the role of regulation? The role of competition policy is to create conditions for renewables to move as fast as possible. And that goes into state aid and how it is being deployed. It goes into competition policy pressing for simplification of permitting and creating a kind of a rise, move towards more of it faster. And what is the role of regulation? It is to very squarely bring the carbon-intensive activities down, and we know what the answer to this is. It is a carbon price that is predictable and goes up over time to, by 2030, at least $75, $80 a ton. Globally today, what is the price? Do people know what is globally today the price of 1 ton of carbon? $5 a ton. Now, good news, it was $3 a ton 2 years ago. So we are moving in the right direction. Bad news, if we move the way we are, ain't gonna get it by 2030. And one thing that I want to leave with you as professionals is, as of now, when we sum up all our commitments, we are 50 to 66% only up to our target. So we are not making it, and not making it for those of us on this panel, especially me being, I think, the most mature individual on the panel. I will survive. What about my daughter? What about my grandchildren? What about them? How do I take responsibility for them to live in a world where average temperatures are 3 to 4 degrees higher, meaning big part of the planet is not livable? So we have to really muscle up the will to move both competition policy and regulatory policy on a faster pace, or otherwise, very simply, we are cooked, literally. Literally. So this is my main message. I also know, and would you allow me to just add one more thing which gets into competition policy? I also know that if we are not conscious about the impact on people, and we go with a willy-nilly increase of carbon price, that is going to cost us the support of today's generation. We cannot allow that. So we have to complement actions on this, which I strongly believe is our top priority, with actions on making our economies fairer. And there is a lot competition policy and regulation can do. Today, it is not fair. Today, labor productivity goes up, but wages don't follow. In Germany, the distance between labor productivity and wage growth is 5%. In Belgium, it is 10%. And you go further, and the difference in percentages grow. So we have to make sure that labor benefits as much as the other factors of production in a fair manner. And again, competition policy can play a very active role. And finally, we have to accept that we are not yet tuned to speak truth to people and to speak truth to power. And that has to change. Can I give one example, just so this is not a phrase? Here is an example. We know that we have become, over the decades, way too comfortable. One of my colleagues gave me a fun statistics. In the mid-70s, average temperature in a household in the United Kingdom, I know they're not anymore a EU member, but hey, they're still Europeans, was slightly over 15 degrees. Today, average temperature is over 21 degrees. Maybe there is not that much bad in a price signal that gets people to lower the thermostats so we can have lower carbon intensity. But overall, can we please be honest? 23 is going to be a difficult year. It's going to be tough. Tough calls have to be made. Rather than trying to sugarcoat and say, yeah, you know what, we are going to somehow swing. If we don't take action, 2030 is going to be a very bad beginning of the next decade if we don't take action on climate change. And then bring the positive in, bring the hope that Nadia is talking about. We people are incredibly creative. We actually can do this stuff as long as we have the will to act. And act we must.
And everyone can join. You know, I am knitting like crazy, exactly to meet the colder warmth. And there is a surplus of wool in Europe. We're talking about, you know, tons and tons and tons of wool because we like more what is inside the animal than what is outside the animal. So just get knitting. That is definitely part of it. And does it give you sort of the thrills, not for not having a sweater, but to listen to this new world that is being depicted? Because competition has given your sector innovation, scale, cost curves that are very, very attractive. And now you hear about a new world of resilience, of diversification of supply chains, of a different sort of take on security, of a new emboldened role for the states when it comes to regulation.
Yeah, I'm always, and now I say I've been in the job and I've been in the industry for all my working life. I have two daughters that are 20 and 23-year-old. And at least back home, we stopped pretending and we stopped giving each other false sort of hopes in a world we are living in. And I think now it's another panel. And I always is encouraged of now we're going back and now we're doing something about it. But I've listened to many panels for now 3 years. And I think 24th of February raised and increased the stakes in the panels. And we are saying the same. And I can say, all of you have now my mobile number. I will pick it up and I will make sure you get the turbines. But it's not happening in the speed we are talking about. Mm-hmm. So therefore, from a renewable energy point of view, I'm increasingly frustrated over to see that we are, let's put it out, we are not talking the facts that is behind it. And let me give you a couple of examples from, we can talk about inside and outside Europe, but take offshore as an example for wind. develops in Europe. We are bidding negative prices in the US, offshore wind seabed leases in the US. It's 125 times higher cost per acre than the oil and gas fields in the US. So who's going to pay for that? Well, the levelized cost of energy that comes from offshore wind in the US, right? In the UK, most recently, the CFD round 4. The cut price of CFD round 4, somebody wanted to have a press release out there saying new historic low, 37.5 pound per megawatt hour of offshore wind in the UK. The market price at that day was more than 300 pounds per megawatt hour. The most recently nuclear, when it comes live, the Hinkley, is probably market price around 200 pounds per megawatt hour. And then we insist on doing 37.5 pounds per megawatt hour, rather than saying, well, in the thing we are in, and we might not need to turn it back to 15 degrees, but it might be we needed to turn it to 18. We could have done 16 gigawatt instead of 8 gigawatt in the UK and cut the price at 50 gigawatt per hour. And it will still have been a seventh of the market price. But then we are back to something which is close to my heart, which is it also shows that it's not just a global competition or subsidy race. It's here and now. It's actually a market comparable, and we need to get it done. And Nadia, now you're sitting next to me, and I love Spain, and I'm often in Spain, and I have factories in Spain. I have many colleagues in Spain. But I will just highlight, when you now sort of gave me a little bit of solar is cheaper than wind. Do you know what? That the history also shows one extremely tough learning. Europe was among the leaders in that technology 20 to 30 years ago. And as late in 2018, we removed tariff and anti-dumping on the solar panels, and today the technology sits outside EU. And if we are not very carefully, now we know today where we need to buy the panels from. Does that pose us a risk? Absolutely. But it is cheaper, potentially. I hope you're right in the long run. But I can guarantee you, if we repeatedly do the same and act with the same level of degree of naivety, we could end in a much worse situation. So this is about how do we do it, and how do we set those playing rules also when it comes to competition. So driving your home markets in a competitive free is so, so important. And in this one, I'm here to help.
So Nadia, that's, yes, thank you. Nadia, that is a question to you, just Henrik. Usually I'd say, no, we've not been naive, but we've been greedy. Because we wanted it all at a very low price. So Nadia, maybe that now you represent every politician. So is there a willingness to pay for the security of supply, to pay for the resilient supply chain, to pay for the rare earths being mined and produced in environmentally safe manners? Because I think for a number of reasons, and most of them bad, you know, for instance, all lithium for batteries is being processed in China. A lot of the raw materials that goes into windmills, they come from outside of the European Union. Is there a political will to pay the price for all the things that is being said these years?
Yes, well, I wouldn't say I represent all politicians, frankly, but what I can tell you, and I knew you would, I said I would be provocative, but 3 points, very important. First one is we need to bring the people with us. This is something I think that would be number one conclusion from my panel. Really, you know, citizens have to understand, because otherwise people in their villages say, not in my backyard. I don't want it's mostly the windmills that are creating a negative reaction. And then local politicians do not want to force their people, because then they will not be re-elected, you know. So we have to be very realistic about this. And think, you know, how to address this issue, which I think is common to all European countries. But that's a first point I think is extremely important. The second one is absolutely convinced we need to develop the technologies in the EU. Some of them, I don't mean, but and you know, Margarete, because we have discussed this a lot, and I was seeing Antonio Costa, well, one of the assets that you have in Portugal and Spain is lithium. So we want to have the battery production together with the mines, because also citizens close to a mine, they don't like the mine just as such because they don't see the value added. But if you have a battery factory close to the mine, then they understand there is a value added, good jobs will be created. We are absolutely determined, and this is one of the top priorities we have, to see about chip manufacturing in the EU, lithium transformation and the battery production for the cars, and all the other elements that we see are strategic. And this is what I was referring to as we need to really speed up and find a way to do it. Maybe the important projects of European interest are the right way forward. Same for green hydrogen. We're betting on green hydrogen in Europe. Well, we have to really support it. You know, it's really, we should identify these 5 or 6 priorities, 5G, and then go ahead straight on, because this is not a matter of Spain competing against Portugal or against France. It's Europe needs to develop these capabilities, or else we will continue to be dependent, as you rightly say, on some partners which maybe are not as reliable as we may have thought. And the third point is, I think, and this is my feel-good message, I do see that we have moved in these last years. I very much welcome the Commission doing the subsidy review and having a different approach to state aid from third countries. This is something that was long discussed, and finally we're doing something about it. The review of some of the key rules having to do with cooperation between SMEs and technological and R&D agreements between small companies and also with large companies. Antonio Costa was talking about this. I really think we have to go deep into all these issues and adjust our rules so that they are fit for purpose, because the rhythm of reality is faster maybe than what we thought we could cope with the, without reviewing this framework. But I am positive, you know, that we are moving in the right direction. My only point would be, Kristalina was calling for action. I would say accelerate, yes. Accelerate the actions that we're already taking.
Yep. And maybe just a small point here. When we talk about this energy imbalance, in many countries, in many markets, in many times of the day, we're talking about a few percentages imbalance in supply and demand, which is actually making, unfortunately, in energy, the whole dilemma is that it is the marginal last price of the kilowatt hour that decides the price of all of it. Because as we are in shortage of 1 kilowatt, it becomes almost prohibitive expensive. So the point here from my side is, instead of now trying to compensate for a third of a prohibitive high price, we should actually spend all our time, and we could do all of that basically within not this winter, but next winter. And this is not solved in one go, but at least just get to a point. Because when you mention hydrogen, which is power to X, and it's all these wonderful things that we can do on green fuels and other stuff, which is wonderful, the precondition for all of this is even more green electricity. And it is enormously volume of green electricity, which we don't have enough of already to have our current consumption. So there is a little bit here. It has to be in stages now, and we have to fix the energy crisis first, and then we can talk about the further of, for instance, the hydrogen and others. I think that's very, very important in the current one. Otherwise, I'll be very concerned consumer out there if we don't get that fixed. Yep.
We are soon going to have questions from the audience, so just that you get ready. Just one thought on what you say, and thank you for appreciating it, Nadia, that we now have the foreign subsidy instrument. So, for instance, if you bid in a tender in Europe and you have subsidies in your books, you have to notify it. And if you don't, then you're obviously in bad faith, and we can come and get you if it turns out that you have subsidies. But when we prepared for this legislation, of course, we intensively consulted the public and member states. And some member states, they were a bit, because when it's someone else's taxpayers who are giving the subsidy, it gives very attractive prices for your own citizen. of course, then you outcompete businesses that are located in your own country. But that has long-term effects rather than the short-term effects of getting a very good deal in the tender for your own voters. And that was a trade-off. And thanks hard work, we came out on the right side because, of course, we want fairness. We don't want that businesses are outcompeted with subsidies sitting on their books, no matter if they come from a foreign country or they come from another member state. But it's just to say that these things are not trivial. They are so not trivial to make short-term and long-term meet. Maybe just one more thought, Georgieva, because if you look at what we are trying to do competition-wise, which is to tame market power, to make sure that everyone has a fair go, what you said about emerging economies, is there a hidden cost to market power that we don't see and appreciate that you see from your work?
Well, what we see is one, that there has been globally an acceleration of monopoly power, especially in the high-tech industries. And we know the impact it has on innovation. It stifles innovation. We are also seeing monopoly power being exercised from capital versus workers. And we think that it has been an unattended topic. We actually came up from the fund with analysis and publications around that, the negative impact of excessive market power. What I want to say is that Europe is really a great example of strong synergy between competition and regulation. And so the single market of Europe remains the best achievement that the rest of the world is still learning from. So all the power to you, Margrethe, and the colleagues you have in DG how is it now called? DG competition?
Yes, DG competition.
Still? Okay,
yeah,
simple.
Yeah, yeah.
No, because everything has become so complicated in names. Just good. So what I do believe is that we also have to be always mindful of the law of unintended consequences. And I'm bringing this when we talk about border adjustment tax. It is a great thing if it serves as a pressure point for everybody else to adopt carbon pricing. But it is going to be a very bad thing if we end up really using it, because it would be a race for others to come up with border adjustment tax, and before we know it, it would turn into a protectionism fight, and it would create obstacles to what you actually strive for, which is fair and open competition, fair and open market. So I would strongly advise us to double our efforts to create an international carbon price floor and bring developing countries on board. Because as your question indicates, there are distortions that impact emerging markets, developing economies more than the advanced world. The most visible distortion up to date is in tax competition. Race to the bottom, emerging markets try to attract investments, so they bring their taxes down. So the 15% tax, I pray, will come into effect. And why is this highly problematic? Because an unfair world is unstable world.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this. Do we have a question in the audience? Yes, we do. I think that question that we have ahead of us is a Slido question. So is there someone in the room who would want to ask a question? Yes, please, over there.
Thank
and
you.
Please introduce yourself so we know.
Simon Holmes. I think I'm down as Oxford University in the the listings. The panel has spoken eloquently about the need for support for renewables, whether it's finance or permits and so forth. But also everybody spoke about the need for coherence between the short term and the long term, which is essential. The one thing I haven't heard anything about is support for fossil fuels. The massive amount and increasing support to fossil fuels. I think the IMF figure is over 600 billion a year now. Isn't that something which should be at the centre of this debate, alongside the issues which you're talking about, if we're to have true coherence?
So the question is the question we talked about, how to promote renewables, how to reconcile short-term and long-term effects and needs. And the question is, well, what about the support for fossil fuels that we see is increasing right now? Many member states would have capacity mechanisms that one way or another rely on fossil fuels. A short round of comments. Would you kick us off, Henrik?
Yeah, I think I'm clearly an open market, free transition person here. So I'm fully encouraging that the transition will have to happen over many decades. So therefore, the investment into energy sources has to continue as long as we need more energy. So therefore, the continuing either phase out of certain energy sources and replacing by renewable has to happen in a parallel. Mm-hmm. There are three silos in my world, is that you have to look at what you want to get less of, what you want to get more of, and then you got the silo in the middle, which is actually us all. That is, what is our demand? And those three silos have to communicate pretty instantly every week, because if we do something there, then it doesn't fit. So I'm still the one that part of the fossil and the current we want maybe less of when we look 30 years ahead has also to be used a little bit as a benchmark in the energy transition. So free market, and we please don't phase it out too early, because then we create a real energy crisis. I mean, times whatever.
Nadia?
Well, I would add a but to this reflection, in the sense that, unfortunately, investments take years to materialize. So there is a strategic decision to take now. Do we make the investments so that we continue to have fossil fuel production for the next 10, 20, 30 years? How far? This is something, by the way, that is discussed in the context of the IMF meetings, in particular with those countries that are the CO2 producing energy, I mean, the Middle East, to cut it short. So this is very much the one of the conundrums that we're confronted with right now, which is they say, well, if I am to make the necessary investments to increase production, then these investments are going to materialize in 10 years' time. So how am I going to fund it when you're telling me in 10 or 20 years' time you're no longer going to demand oil? So I think it's a bit more complicated, because this timing consistency also has to do with investments. My second point is that, and this is very real, in Spain, as in many other countries, we have established a number of mechanisms to support households, to support the different sectors, to cushion the blow, which came to Spain before other countries, so we've been absorbing it. And luckily, prices are already going down in Spain, so that's good news. But now, many measures end by the end of the year. Well, when we decide what to do for next year, one of the key issues that we will be discussing and reflecting upon is this consistent with our green transition strategy? So to give you an example, there's a choice between, do we continue to cushion the blow on car drivers in terms of the oil and diesel prices, or do we bet on free public transportation by train, which is, I think, by far the most impactful measure that we have taken from a social point of view and from an economic point of view, and it's also consistent with the green transition. Okay, guess which measure we have put into the draft budget, which is negotiated in Spain as we speak? The free public transportation by train, so that commuters are now using train instead of taking their car. I'm not saying we will not be forced to take some measures that maybe are not 100% what we would like to do from this midterm perspective. I'm just saying that the political system also does have a choice. And this we see every day, you know, at the national level. But trying to make the short and long-term objectives coherent, I think, is one of the top principles if we want to achieve our goals at the end of the day.
Kristalina.
I mean, the question is correct that we have to think through the transition period and make sure that we are not undermining the functioning of the economy because we press for exit before we have alternatives. And that is a very fair point, and indeed, for a while we were overly optimistic on how quickly we can move to renewables, but we didn't make the investments that are necessary to move that quickly. And they're not just in renewables, they're also in integrated grids, how we can improve the efficiency of energy supply. There is a lot that we could have done more of, but we didn't. So we pay a price, and the price is that this year, next year, we would see increase of the use of fossil fuels rather than a decrease. And the question is, what next? And this is where we have to concentrate our attention. What next has to be, one, there would be a period, a moment when prices are going to drop. We know that there is going to be, for a wrong reason, because the economy slows down, fossil fuel prices would go down as well. This is the moment to put a carbon price, to put the incentive that would accelerate the transition. In other words, and accept that we are not going to exit fossil fuels in one go, but we have to think, are we putting the right incentives in place over time? Subsidizing fossil fuels, at the IMF, we use the term harmful subsidies to differentiate subsidies that are actually for the bigger public good. Subsidizing fossil fuels is harmful. Pull this out. We know, we actually say the price of the fossil fuel subsidies are about $500 to $600 billion. But we don't talk about the implicit subsidy, which is the absence of a carbon price, the fact that we are not internalizing externalities. If we put this into place, plus health impacts of fossil fuels, then we come up with trillions, probably in the order of $5 trillion. Now imagine what we can do with this amount of money. So it boils down to being really rational in public policy and thinking through the longer term impact of decisions we take today. Can I finish with a joke?
But we're not done yet.
And we're not done. Okay, I thought that was my last chance.
No, we're not done yet. We're not done.
I still would
Especially
finish with
if you make it a bit short, then we're not done yet. And now everyone is, on their toes because they want to stay put for the joke. We have a Slido question, and actually it's a good follow-up to what you have been saying throughout our talk here, the question of a carbon price, because the question is the task of competition policy to tackle market failures like external effects. I think externalities are present in pollution and in digital markets. Any one of you who wants to give it a try?
I see competition policy actually smoothen some of these externalities. So they can I say that they shouldn't try to become now we got a crisis, now we got a Monday to a Friday response to it. I see some of these things actually smoothen, taking some of the worst parts out of it and probably also taking the best part out of it when it's the positive days. So I see that quite different in a positive aspect, which I think we have learned of also from history.
I think competition policy is a very powerful tool, but it cannot solve all problems on Earth. And I think that it is up to regulation, carbon pricing, international cooperation to deal with those externalities. I really would focus on having a different approach to making markets work for people, as we have discussed in the first round, but not try to use one instrument to address all possible issues at stake.
And a thought on externalities and competition policy. Actually, yes, no, you kick it off.
I think that we got very good answers, and I thought this question was directed to you. You are the competition czar, so I pass.
Well, we have actually time for another question. We have already one from Slido. It says, we spoke a lot about energy, but how to build a stronger digital industry at speed to reduce the shortage of workforce, ensuring skills and innovation. And that is the $1,000 question, euro question. I think you know the next year will be the year of skills to address some of the shortages. But here, any silver bullets?
I need to take this one, being responsible for digitalization. And we talked a lot about energy, but I think that we really need to also speed up in the deployment of the new technologies and digital infrastructures. As I said a moment ago, deployment of 5G is not a matter of one country or another. It's a matter of Europe standing up to the other countries, and likewise with the other disruptive technologies. And here, public-private investment and cooperation is essential. Like happened with many other technological developments in other parts of the World Wide Web, or many other changes, GSMA, this brings together public and private. It brings the industry to cooperate, to develop these new technologies. And we really need to speed up, because otherwise we will be lagging behind. And I do think we're doing a lot, and we have improved a lot, and the important projects of common European interest are also playing a role there. I will really call for all of us also, that's why I said probably in the area of energy, maybe there is also inertia in the area of telecoms and digitalization. This is accelerating exponentially at world level, and we cannot be lagging behind as Europeans if we want to be also playing our role in the new world, which is in the making.
Henrik?
Maybe I was inspired by Kristalina, which we met in the beginning, because we were a bit excited about that we could meet in person. We could have because we can now travel again and other stuff. And I'm 100% believer in digital and the advancement of it. But I also think that what we probably learned under the COVID, we learned we could do a lot. We could limit. We could do a lot without necessarily traveling and seeing each other. And that probably put also a reduction to the how mobile we are So some of the shortages we are now seeing in workforce and skills and development is coming also in the back end of a COVID, where we got very much used to that we can fix most of it back from my kitchen, right? And I think we need to get back into also and saying if we are not coming very much looking inwards and national or regional, then we need to also find back to the mobilization of all of us again. So I think there is a trade-off between digital and then reduction in being mobile and explore the world, so to say. Which I still see that as a bit of a danger right now, that our workforce is not as mobile as it was 2.5 years ago.
Well, I'd also say that if the pandemic is sort of the prequel to a fully digitalized society, it's a no thank you from me. Because I find that quite hideous, that you're sitting in your couch, and of course during the pandemic it was 2-dimensional, and even if you get 3- or 4-dimensional technology, still sitting in your couch, working, learning, socializing, exercising, shopping. No, not really, no. Kristalina, thoughts? This is now the final.
This is now the final. On the question of digitalization, if we are to talk about preparing people for a digital world, we have to make the environment in which we all operate, independent of generation, much more conducive for it. E-government, some countries, Estonia of course leads, some countries are better than others. A digital ID, in Europe this is still not a unified, and it has to become, because it's a major factor. digital services from social services to banking. Again, in Europe, this is somewhat still uneven. I was recently in India, and the way India has taken off on digital is incredible. So, no thank you to living in a world that everything is virtual, like you know, but getting the European Union to bring a single market concept in the digital space faster than it is doing it now, yes to that. Now, my joke. The most important thing that we are faced with is actually mindset change. And here is my joke on that. God calls Moses and says, Moses, I have 2 pieces of news for you. One is good, the other one is bad. Which one do you want first? Moses says, please give me the good news first, God. God says, the good news is you would raise your hand, split the sea, and take your people to safety. Moses says, God, after this, there could not be bad news. Wait a minute. To get there, you have to make an environmental impact assessment first. Why am I using it? Because if we talk about environment, we have built this mindset that taking action on the environment is costly and it's kind of bad news. And we have to change that. The same way we have to change how we think about people. Education and healthcare and social protection, this is not a cost, it is an investment in people. And I think we, in Europe, we have this incredible story of the convergence engine we generated. And now is the time for Europe to actually move in this mindset change and lead the world to a better destiny. That's my final word.
I don't think that this could be better final words, because we started out in this somewhat grim, disturbing picture of shock upon shock upon shock that is preparing us for a world of volatility, of high inflation, of changes in interest rates, and a lot of changes going on. But I think slowly but surely we got ourselves into a much more positive scenario, that we have turned the light out behind us. There is no past to turn back to, but there is a future if we get the speed up for the investments to be made for the green transition. And in that, possibly the change of mindset is an absolutely essential keyword, because we have been talking about this now for quite some time. In Europe and globally, how to increase the speed. And that probably is the only silver lining of having war on the doorstep of Europe, that we must accelerate the green transition, getting people on board. And here, of course, there is a lot of good competition news, because we're so ready to support where support is needed in a way that still allows for a level playing field. With this, I will release my panel. Thank you very, very much to Henrik, Nadia, and Kristalina. Thank you.
Many thanks for this insightful and entertaining panel. We now break for coffee. Please have a look at the posters. And for those on the live stream, we are back at 11:30 for the speech of Jean Tirole. Welcome back here in the auditorium. Welcome back at home for live streaming. A special welcome to a number of colleagues from the Ukrainian Competition Authority who are here with us. Welcome to you from all of us. And without further ado, I will ask Professor Jean Tirole on stage to give his presentation, and after that we will have the second panel.
Well, thank you so much for the kind invitation, and I'm very glad to be with you. No, let me see, sorry, I have to move back. It's a bad start, right? Okay. So that's the title. It's a question. I'm not going to answer quite this question. This will be answered during the roundtable, which is going to follow this keynote. Let me just motivate this a little bit with an observation, which is that until a few years ago, the game in town was really the bashing of independent agencies, the ECB, DG Comp. They should not be taking decisions which are not politically controlled. And nowadays, surprisingly, actually, people start loving independent agencies because they want these independent agencies to actually embrace societal goals like climate change and inequality. And I'm going to ask, what should we make out of this? And I'm not going to answer the following bullet point, which is, is that a reversal of public opinion? So all at once we love independent agencies? Or is that agency initiated? Is that a mission creep or empire building? Or is that a preemptive move in order to prevent interference by the politicians? But more generally, is that a welcome opening to some of our society's critical primes? This is not a new issue. Of course, it has been around for a century. It's a very strong movement in the US, where the regulator mission was, which has traditionally been consumer surplus, will be extended to stakeholders. There's, of course, a question which has been around for at least one century, which is, should you account for profit? The general answer is no, with some exemption, but we can discuss that as well. So if you look at consumer surplus standard people versus new Brandeis movement, the kind of issues we are concerned about are pretty much the same, by and large. Monopoly power is dangerous, including in the political domain. The dominant tech platform, of course, create concerns about contestability, about fairness. Just go and read the DMA if you need. I'm sure all of you know it by heart. We need to monitor preemptive moves, mergers, defensive mergers, and so on and so forth. So where do they diverge? Well, they diverge in the sense that the Brandeisians actually call for a public interest standard, so not only looking at competition, but also all kinds of societal issues. The consumer welfare standard advocate that actually, sure, those societal goals are crucial, and as was said in the last panel, of course, even essential, critical for us, like climate change. But at the same time, they are in the political domain, and also they should be addressed using the right instruments. So, two cases in point, green central banks. As you know, central banks traditionally have pursued an inflation target and financial stability. To be certain, with the financial crisis, the European crisis, and COVID, they've gone further. They've entered the fiscal territory, transfer territory. And I think it was the right thing to do, but it all makes us feel uneasy at the same time. And just imagine what would have happened if Greece in 2015 had left the Eurozone with all the consequences of that. That would have been a terrible disaster, including for the ECB, of course. And today the backlash against inflation might actually at some point catch up with the ECB and its abandonment of the narrow mission it had. Even so, it's not all its fault, of course. Same thing, there are lots of calls about central banks taking responsibility for climate change, the fight against climate change. Now, there's one part which you may disagree, but in my mind, you're putting that into stress tests. It's a huge macro shock, including in the medium term. So we should think about climate risk in the stress test. But if you think about the proposal to relax prudential standards, actually, I would have liked to see increase the capital adequacy requirement on brown things, but relaxing them for green stuff might be creating a new subprime crisis, of course. And what about purchasing green bonds to reduce their spread? And what about purchasing German bonds because they pollute more than the French? And so on and so forth. I mean, you see what kind of issues you face. So there is an issue. First issue is a lack of legitimacy. And we all agree that there's a need for democratic mandate. So if independent agencies like a central bank take on new missions, such they should be conferred upon them by the political apparatus. But there is a paradox there, because the polity actually refuses to impose a carbon price or to do anything by and large. I mean, they talk a lot about climate change, but they don't do very much. And they will be asking an independent agency actually to do it for them. There's also an issue about the lack of capability. If that were the prerogative of the central bank, then there should also be a staff which will be in charge of verifying claims about emissions. We'll have a methodology to define what is green and what's not, and that's not an easy thing, by the way, because we want some effective climate policy. That's very important. Now, I hear the argument that actually the central bank might be, given the inaction of governments, the central bank might be a climate change fighter of last resort. Also, responsible competition authorities. We all have in mind a number of examples of things that might be done, including actually in Chapter 9 of the horizontal guidelines, agreement guidelines. So, where will we stop? It's clear that you can do good by having some agreements among competitors to reduce pollution, for example. You can do bad as well. And the question is, where do you stop and what the process should be? I like this case, actually. It's a very interesting case that you all know, which is the German automobile makers colluding on NOx emissions standards. They were fined by the European Commission last year 2.7 billion euros. it's a clear case of collusion. There's no question about it. It's not a standard form of collusion because it's not a collusion in an output market or an input market. And actually, and that's the interesting thing, and I here cite a very interesting working paper which has done the computations. The consumers benefit from the cartel. So collusion actually benefit, as you might imagine, they actually benefited the consumers. At the same time, there was no over-regulation. Those regulations were actually good regulations. So what's going on? What is rational? And in my view, it's kind of the right outcome and the wrong process. Okay? Who was the victim? The victim was the environment. So that should be the Ministry of the Energy or the Environment actually taking over, except that in Europe, even so the rules are European, they're actually enforced at the national level. And, governments are not very pleased at suing their own firms, of course. And that's really an issue, I think. And that raises a general, because that case, which actually had a good outcome in a sense, poses a question, which is a fundamental question. Should independent agencies correct government failure? And we have lots of those government failures, climate, inequality, et cetera, but should the agencies correct the government, in a sense? And that's really the issue. Where do we draw the line? So that brings me to the issue of broad mandates versus narrow missions. Government officials are like everybody, like you and me. They are subject to moral hazard, of course. They may exert insufficient effort, not invest enough in human capital, not pay attention to the real issues, make poor appointments, maximize their exit options in the private sector, be captured by lobbies, and so on. I mean, you can go on and on, just like everybody else. Now, countering that is not financial incentive, of course, is accountability. But the question about accountability is how do you define, what is a metric for holding government officials accountable? And there is a famous book, very influential book, over 30 years ago by political scientist J.Q. Wilson, who had some observations about incentive in government agencies, which, multiplicity and possibly fuzziness of objective and limited autonomy, of course. But his view is more interesting. And his view was saying, well, what we need to do with government agencies is to give them a clear sense of missions by having a clear mission, not a fuzzy one. And that will create an agency culture and facilitate the hiring of narrow expert or narrow specialist. And those narrow specialists are extremely valuable for multiple reasons, both because of their knowledge, but also because you know what they're going to do. Okay? They are not going to do 200 other things. And his argument was also that the agency should mostly resist new tasks that differ, let alone, of course, being in conflict with core tasks. Okay? What's going wrong with multi-factored missions? So basically, an agency which has multiple missions. Well, two things. The first is, to use a German expression, too many cooks spoil the broth. Who is in charge? Who ensures policy coherence? So think about the environment. More and more we are going toward a situation where the Ministry of the Environment, the ECB, DG Comp, IMF, national courts, and many, many other players will be taking care of the environment. And actually, perhaps the one who is not really taking care of the environment might be the Ministry of the Environment. It's kind of strange. And the second issue is at the level of the agency. It's pretty clear when you give the agency incompatible tasks. It's as if you gave an electricity company the task of selling more power and at the same time selling less power by advising people how to conserve energy. The other issue is that you have undefined expectations. So how can public courts, parliament, and so on, hold agents accountable if their mission is vague? So you need, at the very least, to wait to weigh the various criteria and also to explain how to measure the performance of the agency in that dimension. And even if the task is not incompatible and expectations are clearly specified, multi-factor missions, of course, create incentive issue. And that's something I'd been working on a long time ago with Mathias de Wattrepoy and Jewett, with this view a little bit similar to the view of J.Q. Wilson, that actually, if you start giving many missions, that's going to reduce the agency's total effort. So it's actually even worse. You can even have fuzzy missions in which you don't actually know what the agency is trying to pursue. And if something goes wrong, the agency can always say, oh, I was doing the other thing. There's very little accountability. So the bottom line is that we may need narrow missions. Narrow missions are boring, of course, but that may be useful because they are effective. Of course, I understand that unforeseen contingency may arise. And I'm glad the ECB, for example, took action in 2008 or during the European crisis. However, I don't think that climate change and inequality are unforeseen contingencies. Unfortunately, they've been around for a long time, and very little has been done to fight them. That also raises the issue of why are agencies independent? I've been a strong defender over the years of independent agencies. Of course, independent agencies work only to the extent they have highly independent, high-quality personnel. But, by and large, they can solve some of the problems posed by government. Government is the ultimate multitask agency in a sense. It has fuzzy goals. It's influenced by political opportunism too, and therefore it has delegated decisions to a number of agencies. Independent central banks have been shown to be better at fighting inflation, at regulating banks. Independent competition authorities have shown to be better actually at taming monopolies than ministries. But the extension of missions to the political domain raises issues about the potential loss of independence. And that's a big warning I want to make, is that as a supporter of independent agencies, I'm very worried that mission creep actually going into the political domain actually might lead to the loss of independence. Of course, it depends on how much this will be done. In a democracy, independence requires limited and mandated powers. But of course, once you start thinking about green lending, for example, to government or to firms, then you get into the political domain. Okay? So as economists, our tendency is to say, use the right instruments. You're worried about climate change. You have to use, as that was said in the previous panel, carbon pricing, use an ambitious green R&D policy, which we don't have in Europe yet. We need to have green investment and so on and so forth. Same thing in inequality. You can change taxation, you can have a fair education. There's a huge amount to be done by the politicians on those grounds, and not try to actually pass it back to independent agencies. And that's actually another danger I want to mention, which is that right now the government is trying to pass it back, and say, somebody else is going to give you to do it, and can give you some other example of that. And that's a dangerous evolution, I think. If governments are not accountable, I think it's very dangerous. Should economists be allowed to collude on ethically related dimension? Well, there's an interesting discussion of that in chapter 9 of DHE. And the jury is still out. And the question is, we need to have exemptions. Clearly, there are cases in which actually agreements among competitors might be useful to fight climate change, for example. In the absence of regulation again. I mean, there's a government failure again. But, if government fails, maybe the industry can propose something. And then DG Comp or another agency can check that there will be no lessening of competition. This, I think you'll get an answer more in the roundtable. But in the end, the point I want to make is that in the end, regulation will be needed. The government is not going to go away, and it has to be a strong regulator. That's very important. Finally, does competition hinder moral behavior? That's a little bit out of the topic, but I want to mention the fact that there is no presumption that actually the market is going to reduce ethical behavior for multiple reasons. I refer you to this work we're revising now with Mathias de Watripon. There are cases where, yes, social preferences cannot be expressed very well in a marketplace, but most of the time, the marketplace is either neutral with respect to ethical behavior or actually encourages ethical behavior. So this is not a good reason to stop markets, and that's also important if you want to think about this particular issue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Professor Tirole, for this very interesting presentation, which chimes very well with our next panel. I will ask Jan to bring his panelists with him.
My panelists follow me, please. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here. Whereas in the previous panel, just take any seat you like, first come, first serve. So, whereas the first panel discussed in very broad terms the sort of the political and macroeconomic shape of things and where the world is heading, we're going to get a little bit more into the nitty-gritty. And so first, in the first panel, we had the chief executive, the trust buster, the politician and the stateswoman / stand-up comedian. Now we have the lawmaker, Irene Tinagli, who is the chair of the Committee on Economic and Monetary Affairs at the European Parliament. We have the lawyer, Andrew Bradford from Columbia Law School, and the economist, Thomas Philippon from NYU Stern School of Business. It does sound like the beginning of a joke, the economist, the lawyer, and the lawmaker come into a bar or something. I'm the dilettante in the middle, so I'll be asking questions rather than making comments. And I think we'll start with a sort of broad, I suppose, economic lie of the land. And I'll ask Thomas to begin, taking us maybe through this idea that economies and industries have become more concentrated over the past 20 years. At The Economist, we have performed some sort of relatively unsophisticated analysis by comparison with what Thomas does, but it does appear that in America, at least, concentration of most industries has actually grown markedly between the mid-1990s and the sort of mid-2010s. Since then, the situation is a little bit unclear and fuzzy, partly because the data have not all come in yet. Perhaps it's begun to plateau, but it's certainly much higher than it was in the 1990s. And that, in principle, appears to be a problem. However, especially for consumer welfare, even in a narrow sense that Professor Tirole outlined in his presentation. But at the same time, we've also seen a period of historically low inflation, which suggests that prices, at least, have not been rising. I mean, obviously until the recent episode, for which there are many idiosyncratic reasons. So, is concentration really a problem?
Well, it can be. It depends a little bit on where it's coming from. I think as economists, we always think of concentration as the outcome of a complicated economic process. You have firms entering, exiting, competing with each other. And so you might end up with a high concentration for good reasons or for bad reasons. So in my book, I try to tell the story of actually making markets work for people in Europe. And by and large, I come out and I conclude that over the past 20 years in Europe, markets have been working better for the people than they did before. And I think prime examples of that are the telecom sector, where everybody in Europe is paying less than half of what people pay in the US for your cell phone plans every month, and maybe less than half for your internet access. Broadband costs are much lower here than in the US. What's interesting is that pretty much the opposite was true 30 years ago. That's what the book is called, The Great Reversal, because when I went to the US as a student, they had competitive market, not very concentrated, and very low prices, especially in telecoms. So I think that my argument is that over the past 20, 30 years, Europe has done a relatively better job at making markets work for people than the US. And I think in the US, it's in part because in this grand game of trying to figure out which markets are working well, which ones are not working well, they've been biased towards being not intervening enough. And I think that even though concentration can sometimes arise for the right reason, and we saw some of that, especially in the 1990s, where firms that are doing very well become dominant, so their market share is high, so you see, well, that market is very concentrated. Yeah, but the reason it is because they just innovated a lot and improved quality, and also sometimes lower prices. So that's the good side of concentration. The bad side of concentration is when firms try to prevent entry to protect their rents. In both cases, you might end up with a market that has relatively high concentration. But you need to ask yourself, why? How did we get there? And my argument is that in the US, we've seen relatively more of these negative concentration dynamics over the past 20 years, relatively less in Europe.
Irani, I would like to ask you about maybe the last couple of years and how the landscape that Thomas has drawn reflects in what has happened during the crisis since the start of COVID. So has concentration suddenly emerged as a problem in Europe, whereas it might have been concealed by certain other factors before? Have the multiple crises that Europe is now dealing with, has that brought to the fore the fact that there are certain pockets of the European economy where concentration is making the problems worse?
Well, honestly, I don't have the numbers to answer precisely that question. So this is, I would actually like to have some economists that look into that, and I don't know if they have the numbers in the last couple of year or two. That would be an interesting one. What we saw with the COVID was really a very unusual situation for us all. We had to face a situation that nobody had faced before. And actually, one thing that I want to be provocative. We always talk about the bad mergers. So this distinction, the bad mergers, the good mergers, the too much concentration, we always concentrate on the bad mergers because, of course, we are worried and concerned about what can happen to the markets, the free market, etc. I think sometimes we may want to think, especially in Europe, about what the good measures could be. Because what I see in Europe, it's still, in some sectors, a great degree of fragmentation in certain industries, a lot of national markets. And these in some industries can be problematic. And I think in particular, like in the banking industry, which is the one I deal with on a daily basis, sometimes a good cross-border merger could make the sector more resilient and could help the transmission of monetary policy. So I think we need to have an open mind in trying to understand not only when to prevent the bad mergers, but also when a little bit of consolidation of good mergers could be beneficial. And what we saw, for example, some big companies like big banks during the COVID were very helpful in trying to help the smaller smaller banks in putting out loans and guaranteeing liquidity for preventing solvencies for the smaller ones. So actually, in that case, it was a good cooperation when you had some, the big players helping, supporting the smaller players. I think in terms of the banking sectors, I don't know in other industries, but we saw like bigger, more solid players better supporting the employment, paying or anticipating money for supporting the employees. So I think that in Europe we need to think at more European level. Sometimes we are more focused at the national level. And so this is something. And one last thing is also, maybe sometimes in the past we've been a little bit naive in focusing on how to maintain competition within our internal market and making sure that we didn't have public support for state aid for mergers that would hamper, but we didn't consider what was happening around the world, and maybe we have seen in the past companies that receive state aid from foreign countries and having aggressive acquisitions or mergers in the EU. So what is the problem? Sometimes the difference is that we do have frameworks that may allow some state aid, but we have a very strict and rigorous scrutiny, and elsewhere it's a little bit less so. So I was very happy to see that the Commission, tried to change this when we passed the foreign subsidies regulation, and I'm really, really eager and look forward to see the entry into force of this regulation, because it signifies that Europe starts to really broaden up his view and realize that we have to take into consideration not only what happens inside the Union, but also the players outside.
You mentioned the banking sector as one being, which is sort of perhaps concentrated at the national level in Europe, but quite fragmented at the European level.
Yeah.
I think another industry from which we at The Economist hear very often when bosses come through to talk to us is telecoms, where it's relatively concentrated in particular countries, but there hasn't been a lot of consolidation. And obviously, telecoms are critical for the digital transition. They also require relatively high investments, right, especially in the 5G rollout and so on and so forth. So smaller firms in individual countries just often lack the resources. There have been a terrible investment for shareholders, partly as a result. But that brings me to the sort of the second big theme of this panel, which is the idea of competition in digital markets. Obviously, the telecoms infrastructure undergirds a lot of the digital, so the more digital infrastructure. And Anu, I would like to turn to you, because there is a sort of the question has been popping up today throughout the day about the roles of various types of policy tools and roles of various agencies. And in the digital markets, we have obviously an active competition commission in Brussels, but we also have activity coming from the European Parliament and the Commission on the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act, which are two massive pieces of legislation. How do you think those two, in broad terms first, and then we can get into a bit more nitty-gritty, but in broad terms, how should they complement each other as opposed to cut against the grain?
So obviously, I think there is a broader vision that the Commission has and the European Union has to shape the digital transition. And I think it's absolutely right that you cannot do it with one policy tool alone. And I think we also need to make sure that those policy tools further the same goal, the same vision, which is this human-centric digital transformation, which is a rights-driven way of steering the digital markets. If we think about the American more markets-driven way or the Chinese more state-driven way, I think the Europeans have carved their own path and stated that vision. competition. And that does require resorting to different policy instruments, and they need to work towards the same goal. But at the same time, we need to make sure, though, that, and I think that Professor Tirol's remarks were very important in thinking about what is the distinct role of, for instance, competition agency, and what is the benefit and what is the harm when we do overstep those boundaries and we try to burden one single instrument with too big of a load. So that's why we do have the Digital Services Act, which is trying to accomplish something complementary to what the DMA is trying to accomplish. So I think if we think, for instance, now you mentioned the sort of competition, and if you think about data privacy. So there are sometimes attempts, if you think about the German agency's attempt to pursue Facebook's data protection violations through competition law. I think it's controversial. This is now something that we will hear from the European courts, whether that is the right way to do that. And I think there can be an intellectually coherent argument of why some of the practices can also constitute a abuse of a dominant position, as the German agency has argued. But if we make this primarily a competition issue, we also are asking a lot from competition agencies, and we may be deviating them from the mission. And what I worry even more is that it may crowd out this urgent solution to bolster our enforcement of data protection and vest the data protection agencies with the tools that they will be effectively enforcing that mission. So in many ways, yes, they support one another, but there's a reason also we have a set of policy instruments and not just one.
Irene, I'd like to ask you sort of to follow up on that, and how do you see the division of labor between the DMA and just the legislative side of regulating the digital transition and the competition enforcement side?
Well, I think that we will have also to see it in practice. I think the big challenge we have now is also to see how it will be implemented and how it play out. And I think the Commission, as the sole enforcer, will have now a big role and try. I hope that it will be, equipped in such a way that really allows to implement the fullest and most effective way. And I think the framework that we have put in place is really indeed complementary, and I think it has, the right approach in the way that it gives the Commission the tools to intervene on a broader and preemptive way compared to pursuing the individual cases one by one afterwards. So I think it can be much more effective, and also the fact of focusing only on the very big players, the gatekeepers, and leaving untouched the medium smaller, allow us to have this balance between preserving, avoiding too much concentration, protecting the consumers, protecting competition, but at the same time allowing protecting the consumers, but allowing innovation to come up and to emerge from the market. So it's always a very fine line, and so that's why when we talk about competition rules, DMA, DSA, a lot is not so much in what you write down, but how it's been implemented. It's very much about that, I think. But it's important to have a framework that gives the toolbox and the instruments to intervene, identify, and follow up on cases. But this is the very fine line. So guaranteeing a level playing field for companies, prevent the bigger concentration to harm the consumers, so protect the consumers, but at the same time leave space for innovation to emerge. And also you mentioned another one thing earlier when you talked about the telecom. Innovation is preserved by allowing a broad competition with the startups and smaller enterprises and the creativity of, but sometimes innovation requires big investments. So sometimes you may need some big players in some sectors for the degree of investments that are needed to support the innovation. So you see how complex it is and how delicate this balance can be. So I think it's important, what the Commission has been doing in these years. I like the approach. It's also because it's incremental. And now we are reviewing the things that we've done. Sometimes the court reviews the things, and with the sentences we know where we are heading. So it has to be gradual. It has to be sometimes case by case, but it's good to have a framework that adapts over time, because also we have emerging challenges constantly new situations and cases to regulate. So it's not that easy.
So, Thomas, sort of a question to you about sort of limiting the power of the biggest companies versus promoting innovation. Because there does appear to be a little bit of a tension in that if, many startup founders would love to be the next, well, maybe not Mark Zuckerberg now, given what's been going on, but, the next Larry Page or the next Steve Jobs. If you have a system where like massive success is effectively punished, or at least, limited by, if you become like in a gatekeeper, if you get the label of a gatekeeper, you're suddenly, you suddenly have much more, there are many more restrictions placed on you, and the idea that you could grow really huge therefore becomes a more distant prospect. Does that chill innovative ferment lower down at the startup level? I mean, do we have any sense of to what extent the sort of the limits on the big boys limit the innovativeness of the small fry?
Well, we have some data, we have some studies. I think in theory, of course, it's possible. If I tell you your reward is not going to be as high as it could be because once you become too big, I'm going to start regulating or putting control on you. In theory, that could have an impact, but quantitatively, no way. Because by the time you get a gatekeeper, you're so rich anyway that the incentive is there. And also, there is also another very important effect, which is by limiting the power of the big guys, you also create more room for the smaller guys. And these are the ones who need the motivation. So on balance, I think that in this industry, we would not have a chilling effect. The one thing I am more worried about is that the regulation themselves create a burden. We discussed banking before. There was a prime case in banking. Over the past 30 years, we had very little entry, and part of it was the regulations are so complex that little guys cannot complain. So if they can't comply, then only the big guys can comply, and then you effectively prevent entry. So sometimes well-intended, in the previous panel, we talked about unintended consequences. Well, that's one of them. You regulate, your intent is good, but the cost of regulation means less entry. And I think that's the thing we want to avoid. I think that's probably, I would argue, the most important thing to keep in mind when we review GDPR and then when we'll do the same for DMA, DSA, which is to keep in mind that we always need to go back and ask ourselves, these regulations were well-intended, but do they put a burden on small firms? And if they do, then we find a solution. For finance, one solution that has worked relatively well so far is this idea of the sandbox, which actually is a British idea, and successfully implemented there, and then pretty much everybody in the world now has something that looks like that, where the idea is to say, well, once you're young and you enter, you're going to have lighter regulation for a little bit when you play in the sandbox, and when you grow up, I put the stronger regulation on you. So I think that's the part I'm more worried about.
Yeah, so I think with GDPR, I remember speaking to many people from sort of medium-sized firms or think tanks or other organizations which found it which in principle were very much in favor of the idea and the aims of GDPR, but found compliance incredibly costly, and obviously large companies have the compliance departments, have the resources to comply with onerous regulations, and smaller firms often do not. Anna, you've been looking at European regulation and its role in sort of shaping the way that the world is going. And Europe in many ways has been ahead of the curve on digital regulation for sure. So the question is, well, first of all, are European regulations attractive given that on the surface there don't appear to be very many European digital giants? If you have a place like Europe where you don't have all that many, you don't have Le Pomme, you have Apple, right? So is the world receptive to regulations from a place to regulate an industry which that place has in itself really bred?
So I think it's a really important question, and I could say that yes, the GDPR is a prime example where the European regulations can spread and can have a local impact, can affect companies' business policies. It can affect other regulators around the world that are replicating the European example, even though there is no sort of European tech giants that can be compared to their American counterparts. But I think there is a limit to then the attractiveness of the European regulation and the Brussels effect if the conclusion is that there is a connection that people start making, associating Europe as only the regulator of technologies, but then not developer of technologies. So I think the idea that Europe shouldn't just content itself of being the referee, it needs to get on the field and play the game, play offense, play defense, and play it well. Because otherwise, I think it erodes to some extent the credibility of the Europeans, because there starts to be this association that the reason European companies are not successful is because we overregulate them. And I agree with Thomas that there is such thing as overregulation. There are such things as bad regulations. But I like to dispel this notion that the reason that the European tech companies haven't been as successful is because we are overregulating. I think there's very few in the world who are now willing to say that self-regulation is the model to go for the digital industry. And I think there are other reasons that explain why we don't have the European companies. So let me offer just an alternative reason and what Europe would need to do to generate those big tech giants. So first of all, the regulation is not the problem. It's the lack of regulation in terms of digital single market. We need to complete the digital single market. The European companies the startups needs to internationalize much earlier than the American counterparts. So this tremendous gain, the single market is still the strength, the heart of Europe. That's where our growth opportunities lie. So we need to exploit that to the maximum that we can. The second, capital markets union. It is much easier for American tech companies to raise funds in the United States. So the venture capital industry and generally it's not as developed. The European startups can raise the early rounds of funding, but when they grow bigger, they're normally then bought by Americans. And the third, bankruptcy laws. Entrepreneurship is very costly in Europe, and that deters risk-taking. Failure in Europe is often fatal, whereas in the Silicon Valley, it's just the rite of passage. You're trying hard enough, let me give you more money. So if you look at a recent OECD study, and they compare the cost of entrepreneurship, they are highest in Europe. So in Czech Republic, Sweden, Portugal, they are lowest in the United States and a few other places like that. The fourth thing, so we also need to think about immigration, the idea of where do we get the human capital for making those innovations. So why is America so successful? If you look at the over $1 billion startups in the United States, over half of them has an immigrant founder. If you look at even all the biggest tech startups there, so Jeff Bezos is a second-generation Cuban immigrant. Steve Jobs is a son of a Syrian immigrant. Sergey Brin is Russian. Eduardo Saverin is Brazilian. Elon Musk is South African. This is not just American sort of talent that is contributing to the tech innovations there. So I think there's much more that the Europeans can do, not giving up their regulation. I think that's what we need to do, and we do it well, but also be equally ambitious in completing these other tasks that can really make Europe also the generator of technologies.
So, I mean, this almost sounded like a challenge to you and the European Parliament more broadly.
I'm sorry, I really, agree on everything that Arno just said, and this is the challenge we are facing, especially on capital markets union, and it's very difficult.
So what's the obstacle? I mean, why can't Europe get its act together on this?
That's what I wonder every day. I mean, I know what the obstacle. I'm not sure I can say it out loud, but I know. So the thing is that, so if we really want, for example, you want to do an IPO, you said my objective as a startup is to do an IPO and at Wall Street in the US, and here where do you do it? In Frankfurt, in Paris, in Milan, and each stock market has its own modules, its own applications. application, its own rules. So it's not just the European regulations. Sometimes we have all these national regulations, and that adds up to that, or make the market more fragmented, make it difficult to really leverage the scale that we could leverage in the single market. And it's difficult to collect capital across the union. It's difficult to grow. We are still very much fragmented, and despite all the efforts that we've made and the progresses, for sure, the progresses that we've made, especially on the banking union, but even the banking union, which is probably the field where we are most advanced, it's still incomplete. There are still many pieces that are missing. So, and every time we try to make some step forward, of course, there are national authorities that are a little bit afraid of losing some of their powers. This would imply to give up some national sovereignty on some aspects and give it to the European institutions. So this is not an easy step to make. And
who are the most reluctant?
No. Now I already said too much, so don't make me go there. But people know. But but it depends on issues. I mean, look, every member state have, of course, their own specificities, their own topics, the things on which country A would be happy to progress on issue X, country B would like to progress on issue Z, but not the X. And so this is the complexity of the European Union. We are a diverse continent with different needs, but I think that's the challenge. And we proved that in some circumstances we could make some major leap forward. So we did it in the aftermath of the great financial crisis, because the main, the SSM, where everything, all this apparatus for the banking union, the surveillance, etc., was made after the great financial crisis. And so it means that we are capable of reacting. And we made some, steps ahead also after the COVID, the joint procurement of vaccines. Now we give it for granted, but it was a huge thing, back then. And, the Green Pass, developing this module, we have 27 different modules for everything, and for something so delicate that deals with individual health and vaccines, we managed to develop a standard that immediately could be used all over Europe. And this meant also reopening stores, activities, allowing people to move in a safe way. So we know that we can do it. I just would like to see member states and governments to be able to move even without the huge crisis upon their heads. I mean, I think we would need a little bit of a sense of responsibility, that we need to keep pushing constantly and not just going with this a big push when there is the crisis and then we go a little bit back. Oh, maybe I went too much, Sometimes I have this feeling. And we need to realize that the more integration we pursue, and the better it is for all, for innovation, for all these things.
So I have one follow-up question to that. And you mentioned the financial crisis and the fact that sort of turbocharged a certain transition. Is the current crisis, or crises, because it isn't just one, right? It's sort of overlapping crisis. Do you expect that to turbocharge the developments in this particular area on capital markets, on the digital single market, or is it just something that politicians or the bureaucrats in member states will just kick down the road because they've got other things to worry about at the moment? Do you see the current overlapping crises as an accelerant or as a decelerant of this transition?
No, I see that as a big accelerator, for example, on the green transition, on the energy security, all these things that we had already started to address a few years ago now are really being accelerated. Digital market, for sure, I see that accelerating. Capital markets, banking union, not so much at this very moment, simply because actually the banking sector reacted very strongly. It proved to be very solid. We were very much afraid at the beginning of the COVID about the impact on the banking industry, and instead it proved to be actually, as I said earlier, part of the solution. Banking sector helped the transmission of fiscal policies or economic policies and monetary policies. So it proved to be resilient. So maybe now and also the massive public investment and public money now being put in certain projects may not realize how important it would be to have a real private capital markets union to keep financing the green transition, the digitalization, also above and beyond the Next Generation EU and the 2 years we have ahead. But I think that there is an awareness of the fact that we will need to accelerate on the capital markets union as well, because the green transition, the digital transition, the money that we've put on the table with the Next Generation EU is a lot of money. The money that individual member states are putting on the table to support the recovery is a lot of money, but it's not going to be enough. So we need to crowd in much more private capital to support and to complete these transitions. And so we will need to make progresses on the capital markets union. So we talk a lot with Commissioner McGuinness on this, and she's very determined. So we have already some proposal coming for the new year, the Listing Act. So we are very determined to try to accelerate also on these aspects because it will be crucial.
So, since we've touched on the green transition, this is the other big subject that I was hoping to cover in this panel. And Thomas, I'd like to turn to you again as the economist on the panel about, sort of, on the one hand, it does seem clear that the current situation and the energy crisis is, in some ways, and we've heard this today, first showing the urgency of the green transition, and also in some ways accelerating it. Are some of the interventions in the markets, such as, in effect, certain types of price control or various other tools that are being deployed, do they risk, again, cutting against the grain and slowing it? Because one of the things that tends to accelerate innovation and bring new entrants into markets is the fact that the prospect of making a lot of money. So when prices are high, you typically draw in new entrants into markets because these markets suddenly seem like a lucrative place to be. So are the tools being deployed in Europe, do they risk cooling that enthusiasm?
Yes, I think that's the $1 billion or billion euro question. I think maybe it's important for the audience to just have a simple framework in mind to think about what the issue is. So on the one hand, the price is a good signal both for supply and demand. The price is high, you bring in more producers. The price is high, people have an incentive to reduce their consumption. So there's a sense in which we actually want, to some extent, high energy prices to get both the supply and the demand to move in the right direction. So that's kind of step one. Now, the problem is if the price doubles, triples, quintuples over 12 months like it has a very negative impact on the income of people. So people are going to get poorer because of that. Okay? So you can understand 90% or 80% of the discussion at the EU level as trying to strike the right balance between these two competing forces. You want to ensure people's income against this risk, which is very high prices, and yet you want to keep the price as a signal incentive for supply and demand to adjust. So how can you do that? Okay? And that's where the state aid rule is crucial. The reason is that, let me give you, the solution that we as economists would propose. So, well, it's easy. You just decorrelate, you just have two tools. So you keep the price the way it is, and you insure people based on their consumption last year. So, I take how much did you consume last year? I give you a transfer based on that times some current price. Okay? The key idea is that the income protection I give you does not depend on your current choice. It depends on what you consumed last year. So that means that the price is high. You used to consume 100, now you consume 200. Well, I'm going to give you 150 of support. So that's going to maybe take care of half of your income effect, but then at the margin, you still have the very high price. So if you find a smart way to reduce your consumption from 200 to 180, you keep the 150 of subsidy, okay? Now, so that's kind of the standard solution that economists would propose.
Some countries in Europe have introduced similar models, right?
So then why is it that we don't do, we should all do that then? Yeah, that's where the catch is, it's very expensive. And so some countries have the means to, so insurance is great. So giving transfer to people to protect them, to replace their income, that's great. And you can do it while keeping the market mechanism working. Fantastic. What's the catch? The catch, it costs a lot of money. And so some countries just don't have the means to make the transfer that would be necessary in this world. Okay? So then you have this unfair playing field across Europe because some countries have the means to do this big income transfer and some don't. And so that explains a lot of what the discussions that sometimes become a bit obscure, it's mostly about that, okay? And the stated rule enters in that specific region there to try to keep a level playing field across Europe. So I think that's the key. And I think as usual, we're going to find a solution which is going to be not perfect, but much better than not agreement at the EU level. That's going to involve a lot of income support. And maybe at the margin, we're going to also have some price control. So that's kind of the big picture. Now, on the price itself, there's a difference between the expected level of the price and the volatility. So there's no question that some of the short-term volatility of the price is crazy. It doesn't help anybody. Especially, it doesn't give a strong signal to the people who are supposed to bring in more supply to the market because, well, they can see the price is high, but there's a chance it's going to be half of it in a week. So that's not good enough. So reducing the volatility of the price, that's win-win. But it's separate.
Yeah. So is there any, at the European level, is there any hope, do you think, to create a system where the sort of optimal framework that Thomas has outlined, which gives support but preserves the price signal, is it possible to implement something like that at the European level? And that would sort of, certainly help consumers, but also maintain the price signals both on the consumption and on the production side.
I think it's mandatory that we find, or at least try to find that kind of equilibrium, because I don't think that what we are doing right now is sustainable in the long run. I'll be very blunt on this, because we've been saying for months and months the situation is temporary, so please don't just very temporary measure to support income for the families until we don't adjust inflation, energy prices, but it's going to be short term. The thing is that it's not being short term. Many countries have already put tons of billions and billions and have increased their deficits on top of what they already did during the COVID, which was already massive. Situation was a little bit mitigated by the higher inflation and VAT revenues from the energy prices, so mitigated in terms of debt to GDP ratio. But they can't last like that, providing massive support to families and business just because we cannot find a solution at the European level. So I think otherwise it will happen with what Thomas just said. We are really putting the single market at deep risk if we just leave the countries alone. And so it's good to have flexibility for the member states to intervene in support and relaxing a little bit state aid rules, but we cannot forget what the main purpose of the state aid rules are, which is preserving the single market, maintaining a level playing field, avoiding the fragmentation, and then this is actually what we may see if we don't find that kind of equilibrium, which can be something related to fiscal and economic policy, to find possibly a European instrument to help and support member states in this effort in supporting the income of families. But at the same time, I think that some intervention on the energy market and the price formation mechanism, because it's not just related to I'm sorry, but I don't want to get too much into that because I know it's a very controversial debate, but this is not a regular market where just simply supply and demand. It's a very particular market. It's already regulated. It's a very peculiar situation. We have a war. We have very few suppliers. We have also a lot of speculation going on, which is increasing the volatility, and this volatility is affecting raising the prices and is affecting what the millions and millions of families and businesses are paying. So, for example, just to give an example, in the Econ Committee, we started to promote analysis on the functioning of the markets for the commodity derivatives, because obviously there is something there that is help pushing the prices in a way that is not related to the normal dynamics of demand and supply. So we've had hearings. We had the head of the ESMA in the hearing in the committee. We will have a special public hearing late in November, early December, trying to look into that. And we will invite also national authorities that is competent for oversighting the TTF. We need to understand, and we cannot be afraid of changing what didn't work, and to try to make things. That doesn't mean over-regulated, that doesn't mean altering the dynamics, but it simply means trying to find a way to make it work better for the people. And so we have to be very pragmatic, non-ideological, and trying to see maybe what worked 20 years ago, it's not working at their best right now, and we have to find a balance. We have to find a new equilibrium, because if we don't do this, and these measures have to be coordinated, fiscal economic policy, monetary policy as well, and energy market regulation. I think if we cannot find a way to coordinate these efforts and to progress on these three fronts, I'm not sure how we'll get out of this crisis.
So just looking a little bit longer term, Anu, you obviously mostly study digital regulation, but one of the most important bits of that is how to foster innovation, right? Because that's ultimately what leads to higher productivity, better living standards in the long run. Do you see any lessons, I mean, not necessarily in the current energy crisis, not necessarily this winter for Europe, but sort of lessons from what you know about fostering innovation in the digital markets to fostering innovation for the green transition? Because they're sort of related because they're technological. The technologies are somewhat different. The barriers to entry, capital barriers to entry, probably higher in the latter. But are there any sort of tips from the digital side that could make sure that when things calm down and the near-term firefighting is done, that the people in charge of fostering the green transition in Europe can learn something from those fostering the digital transition?
So some of my earlier comments, I think, apply to innovation in sort of green technologies, renewables also, that also need capital, that also need the kind of spirit of entrepreneurship, that also need to be able to fail, yet continue to innovate, that also benefit from more integrated single market. So I think some of those are sort of fundamental on how a thriving, dynamic economy and innovation develops and what Europe needs to do. I think one question that is now essential in digital or in green transition and in kind of this broader geopolitical environment is that we are kind of reassessing the optimal role of state and the markets. And I think there has been a sort of acknowledgement that the state is back in, but there's also this temptation then to bring the state so forcefully in that we are moving towards on some variant of state capitalism, or we sort of relying too much on subsidy races and think about what we are now doing to try to build our strategic autonomy and our technological sort of independence, self-sufficiency, and digital sovereignty, and sort of how much do we need to do it by way of sort of what is industrial policy as such. And there I'm a little bit cautious. And I think also when we talk about whether we talk about using merger control as a tool to then build European national champions, there I hope, and I'm looking into Commissioner Vestager, I hope that we do stay firm in sort of not forgetting what our fundamental mission is, as we have pushed back, and the DG Commission has pushed back on this temptation to convert competition policy for a tool for industrial policy. And I think in today's geopolitical environment, when the entire world is getting more protectionist, there is a temptation to do that. And I think we need to think about, again, going back to the right policy tools. So, for instance, with green transition, we can be ambitious about the climate. We can try to level the playing field by looking at sort of carbon border adjustment and making sure that we have a tool. It's the fight that is worth fighting, that can be really consequential and that can be really important. But I think that we are thoughtful in how we still retain the kind of dynamism using the tools of the market market, and thinking about also then the digital transition, going back to earlier conversation, how do we make sure that there will be European digital technology giants? It is not through industrial policy.
So, Thomas, I would like to turn to you with a sort of similar question, I suppose, and that's about the sort of inherent tension that Anu has highlighted between sort of trying to create companies which are capable of delivering these large-scale physical transitions, right? I mean, creating, we had Vestas here earlier. Creating large machines requires, a fair amount of capital. That's easier for large companies as opposed to small ones. So how do you strike a balance between making sure that these companies are big enough to be able to shoulder the investment needs while also maintaining competition? So the tension between where does the sort of wise industrial policy end and veer into something that's counterproductive?
Yeah, so I have a pretty clear-cut view on that. I think that every time you hear the word national champion, 95% of the time it's BS, and it's just somebody trying to protect their rents, using that as an excuse. And the telltale sign is the rational changes with the direction of the wind. So, if people are talking about China, then everything is going to be based on, we need to be big because of China. And then that has nothing to do with China, but they use it as an excuse. And then it's going to be another excuse next year. So it's not true 100% of the time, but it's true most of the time. And then the flip side of that is, I think that incentives matter more than everything else. And so, why is Tesla an American company and not a European company? It's not because of lack of funding. You're not going to tell me that the big German car manufacturer didn't have the means to do it. They had actually more funding than Tesla ever had. Now, there was a push by the state. So that's a form of industrial policy, which is you're not picking the firm, you're picking the topic, and then you have grants, programs from the Department of Energy and stuff to promote things that you think are useful, but you're not picking winner. So this, I think, is useful, that we should do more of that at the EU level. But at the end, it was just incentives. There was space, there was competition, there was an innovator. And that was way more important than just, are you big enough to... if you have a good idea and the right incentive, you'll find the money. I think that's my view of the world. The other thing is firms that do well, even in the export market, if you look at around the world, most of them started by being pretty good at home. I mean, my favorite comparison there, you take football, soccer for the British, but for the Americans, but what football, right? So, the Paris Saint-Germain in France is, dominate the national championship easily. Well, they don't do very well on the EU level, okay? Compare that to the Spanish or the Italian or the British leagues, right? Why? Because to get really good on the export market, first, the best way to get fit is to have really good competitors at home. And I think that's the key lesson for Europe, and that's what we should be striving for. So within the EU market, we should just go for competition and incentive. I think that's the key. Now, at the border adjustment, that's where it gets more tricky, and I agree with Anu that there, yes, we shouldn't be naive with respect to the rest of the world. But within Europe, I think almost all the time the best solution is let the firms compete and then have a broad policy.
I suppose with the border adjustment, we come back to the question that Commissioner Vestager raised earlier, which is the trade-off between having the cheap solar panels from China now and having the good, high-quality, inexpensive solar panels from Europe in a few years' time. I mean, these factories don't crop up overnight. So it sort of depends on just how urgent, I suppose, you think the climate transition is. If you think that it is, much delayed and just too urgent to wait anymore, you should presumably be buying the Chinese solar panels. If you feel that you've got a little bit more time, you should be investing. You should be investing or trying to ensure that a domestic supply. So there does appear to be a trade-off there in this particular
well, that's why
area.
That's the perfect example of an economic question, which is the answer is not yes or no. The answer is a number. The answer is what's the right adjustment? Like is it 10% or 15%? And exactly because you want to strike the right balance between getting cheap supplies today, but also maintaining your autonomy for the future and your ability to innovate. And there, the answer is never going to be black and white. So that's where I think the black and white, honestly, the national champions is pretty black and white. I think it's almost always a bad excuse. But the border adjustment is not. It should be something which is in the middle.
Anu?
So if I can add here, I also think about the role of the European Commission in particular, thinking about the way that we view dominant companies having a special responsibility. I think the European Commission, among the competition agencies and regulators around the world, has a special responsibility. It is the leading regulator. It is the one that sets the example. And if you do believe in the idea of the Brussels effect, that the regulations and practices have an impact abroad, I think we need to remind ourselves that the Brussels effect is a good tool to export good and bad regulations alike. And if the Europeans start then leveraging their competition powers as a tool for industrial policy, that's what the European companies will be finding when they are competing in foreign markets as well. The foreign regulators would also be adopting that. So that's what I call the kind of special responsibility, that we need to be mindful that the policies we implement here also spread around. And if we do invite more national champions and the sort of state-driven policies for that, we will encounter those too.
So I think we probably have time for some questions now. I see someone in the third row. Could we get? Could you introduce yourself and then pose your questions?
Thank you very much. I'm Luc Hendricks. I'm the Director General of ECTA, the European Competitive Telecommunication Association. So we represent the operators that exist because of the liberalization of the market. So we defend competition in the telecom market.
Sorry, could you maybe take maybe a bit louder? Could we get?
Yeah. Can you hear me? So I'm the Director General of ECTA, the European Competitive Telecommunication Association. So we represent the telecom operator that entered the market after the liberalization and that are pro-competitive. So we defend competition on the telecom market in the EU. I have a multiple-side question and some of comments because the debate has been very, very, very interesting. And the word European champion has been mentioned a lot, as well as internal market and cross-border consolidation. The first things I wanted to say, and then I come to my question, is that there is nothing in competition law that would prevent, for example, Deutsche Telekom or Telefonica to buy the Belgian incumbent, or to buy the biggest cable operator in Belgium, Telenet. There is nothing in competition law that would prevent Orange to buy the Dutch incumbent. So there are many, many cross-border opportunities where competition law is absolutely, absolutely not an issue. What we see that it does not happen because there is no economical incentive for the operators to operate in an internal market where they would offer seamless or the same prices everywhere, because they could already do it today. Vodafone could offer same prices everywhere, or could act. They just don't do it because from a marketing and an economic point of view, it does not happen. There is today a strong call for deregulation, for less competition in telecom markets. We are totally opposed to that. When we speak about European champions, let's not forget that because of competition, we have had lower prices, more choice, better quality, better services. But not only that, more innovation. Where there is competition, there is investment. Compare France with Germany. Germany on the mobile market, there is lack of competition, no regulation, coverage is poor, service is poor, investment are poor. In France, investment are higher year after year. And in 2020, it raises 12 billion, more than 12 billion euro, if we do not look at spectrum. Also, let's not forget that the liberalization is not only a matter of competition, it's also a matter of successful entrepreneur stories. Those are the European champions. It's Xavier Niel that started Iliad in France that now serves 1 on the 10 of the Europeans on the mobile market and the fixed market. It's Dümmermont in Germany with United Internet. It's Neven Dilkov in Bulgaria with Nitera. And this is also a very strong message. They are successful entrepreneurs, and the framework has created that. And now I come to my questions. Does anyone seriously believe that reducing competition will increase investment? We spoke in the first panel about the coherence between the long-term and the short-term actions and the coherence of fighting inflation. Do we really believe that reducing the competitive pressure, reducing the regulation by artificially having wholesale prices raising is the right tool to combat inflation and having telecom prices increase? Do you really believe that increasing telecom prices will increase investment, where the stock market are totally allergic to long-term investment? If you look at an operator like Iliad, they invest for many years 30% of their revenues. They get out of the stock market.
I will stop you there because it sounds like this is more of a rhetorical question, but I will turn it into a genuine question to Thomas, and that is whether you think that there are instances where reducing competition by allowing more concentration could lead to more innovation and lower prices.
It's the dog that didn't bark, so it's possible in theory, but in practice it doesn't really happen. I think the main reason is because we are oftentimes on the side of the. If you think about the link between competition and investment, it's possible in theory that we have too much competition. We rarely visit that part of the world because we don't get there. So we are usually in the part where we should have. If we have more competition, we have lower prices and higher investment and higher innovation. I think that's the rule. In the telecom market, it's pretty clear. Like I looked at the data in details. Every extra dollar of profit that you see in the US is a dividend or share buybacks, the same. It's not capex. So I think that's true. Again, the exception is this is all if you think about the single market and European companies competing in Europe, and also agree that the best way to get champions is to let them fight at home, and then the winner is going to be the champion. It is not always true if you think about global competition and again, the border adjustment tax. There, it's different. So,
I have a sort of follow-up question, I suppose. Maybe Anu, that's for you, and that is if. Actually, I see we have Slido questions, so I won't do my follow-up. I'll do that later. Should competition policy antitrust tackle general market failures like externalities? So should it be the role, basically a question that Jean Tirole addressed in his speech, should it be the role of competition policy to fix externalities and price externalities? Anu, do you want to take that one?
So I think we touched on that. It's a very important question, so I'm happy to revisit, but I think Jean Tirole offered us a framework to think about what is the downside of doing so. And ultimately also I think I would refer to when Nadia was asked this question in the first panel and said that we have first best tools that we would need to deploy to the fullest at first, and then we can think about, I think, the role of competition policy being maybe in the world of the second best, and that can offer, like, that doesn't hinder, that doesn't work sort of cross purposes with having that. But I mentioned earlier that I sometimes worry that by using competition policy as a tool, we may be overloading the instrument, deviating it from its main mission where that remains the first best and essential tool. And then we sort of are less focused on perfecting the tools that are better suited. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't sort of ensure the coherence of the domains, of different policy domains, but we also have important, direct, effective regulatory instruments that can deal with issues like climate change.
The other thing, I suppose, which is slightly different, it's a slight nuance on that, is that if you give more tasks to the competition authorities, they might, not succeed, and not succeeding undermines their credibility institutionally. So it's not just a question of them not necessarily, being torn in different directions, but it's also in the eyes of the public when they are tasked with doing this, and it's hard because it's one, N+1 task that they have to acquit themselves of. And they don't deliver, that sort of undermines the faith in the entire edifice, including the things that it does well.
Yeah, and we're asking already a lot from our enforcers. If you think about, for instance, how the DMA will be implemented, how it will be enforced, it is a tall order, and it is absolutely instrumental that the Commission will succeed in that task. And just think about everything else that we hope to accomplish in terms of shaping the digital transition through the sort of classic competition policy tools. I mean, that still needs to be the main focus.
Do we have any more questions from the floor? We have time for maybe one or two more. There's someone in the second row, I think, over here.
Thank you. Matthias from ABCO Worldwide. I was at a conference on space yesterday, actually, here in Brussels, and you had a very different discourse using the argument of strategic autonomy or sovereignty, European sovereignty, to exclude non-EU companies from certain strategic sectors such as space, and effectively reducing competition in these sectors. And it's a question to all of you, do you agree that there is an argument when it's a question about strategic autonomy to have this kind of industrial policy, I guess?
So is it?
I didn't
I think the question was whether reducing competition through in certain strategic sectors by excluding non-European firms from in the area of space is problematic. Whether that you're sort of artificially constraining competition because you could have Americans, Brazilians, Chinese compete for certain sensitive contracts in space technology, but you're excluding them and therefore limiting the scope for competition in the strategic sectors. Is that the right way to go? Did I understand the question correctly? Yeah.
I think that apart from the specific case of space, in general, trying to support the idea that pursuing a strategic autonomy means excluding the rest of the world, it's not necessarily like that. I mean, pursuing a strategic autonomy may simply mean that you try to create incentives for the development of a European industry in certain sectors that would allow you to be, not exclusively dependent on things that are produced somewhere else, because what we've seen, what we've experienced, first with the COVID, with this long supply chains, but also now with the energy security, is that sometimes when you don't have industries or supply chains well developed in the European Union, you rely entirely on other jurisdictions. That can be really a problem. So that doesn't mean you have to exclude. This means that you create incentives to develop and strengthen an industry in Europe. As far as specific sectors are concerned, the idea of excluding depends on how you interpret the strategic in certain sectors. It's always a little bit tricky. I would also suggest here to look at what other jurisdictions are doing, because I think that, as I said earlier, sometimes we have to be not too naive and look at what others are doing, because sometimes we don't see. When we pursue this kind of openness, which we've done, because I think the European Union is the most, open jurisdictions in terms of trade, in terms of, we need to pay attention at the degree of reciprocity, and it's not always the case. So I think that maybe in certain specific sectors, we might want to consider that, of course, with a grain of salt, because I'm a open free market kind of person, and I'm always very careful when you restrict things. But I've also seen in the past the price that we've paid for being sometimes a little bit naive in approaching this.
I think it's interesting. I mean, the problem with strategic autonomy is that politicians have a tendency to bloat the meaning of strategic to cover an awful lot of things.
Exactly. So we have to be careful in how we define that.
Yeah, yogurt is not strategic.
No, yogurt is not strategic. Yogurt is not strategic.
But the French would have you think it is, because then you need
I mean, if you go to a Carrefour and you see, I mean, there's a lot of competition in yogurt in France, that's to be sure. But I mean, these things come up everywhere. I remember when I was looking into this a few months ago, I found out that Marco Rubio in America thought that sugar was the strategic asset. I mean, in America perhaps, but it sort of seems a little bit far-fetched. But thank you very much. I mean, we've run out of time. This was a wonderfully dynamic and somewhat too consensual, I suppose. I mean, it would be not maybe a few more sparks can fly in during lunch, to which we are now probably going to proceed. But I'd like to give a warm round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much to you for sticking around, and hopefully that wasn't just because lunch is about to be served. And thank you for all your questions.
Thank you, and please don't forget to be back at 2:30 for Margrethe Vestager's intervention, and for you at home or in the remote office to connect at 2:30 again here. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the auditorium and welcome back in front of your screens for the web streaming. I hope you had time and opportunity to mingle, to chat, to continue your conversations from before the break. Now we get back into business and we start right away with Margrethe Vestager.
Thank you very much. I hope that you have enjoyed your lunch. I hope also everyone online treated themselves to something nice, that you had time to talk, because that, of course, is a big part of coming together, and this is why it is important for us to host physically. Before handing over to Monique, Fiona, and Louis to continue the role of competition and its importance for Europe to thrive and to have, its global impression, let me first thank you again for being here today, being in the room, being with us online. Your interest, I think, shows the importance of what we are discussing today. Whatever your background, I do think that we share a belief in maintaining, nourishing, developing an economy that truly works for people. Or, as we put it in Europe, a social market economy. The thing is, everyone wants to belong. And one thing is, if you lose your job and you get fired from a business, hopefully eventually you would find another job. But if you have this feeling that you're being fired from the society that you live in, where do you go? And this is why it's so important that our social market economy really works, so people feel that they are counted in, that they are part of it. But I think that your interest also shows that we have a serious challenge. We're not there. And it's important to acknowledge this openly, upfront. The lack of choice, the lack of opportunity may undermine people's beliefs in society, undermine their belief in this sort of capitalism that we have. Maybe they have the same feeling as Joe Biden when he tweeted this summer, capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation. So it's not a detail. In a digital world, when people don't feel that they have real choices as to how do they access information, how do they find products online, well, this can damage our very democracies, because it may discourage voters from participating in our democracies and increasing the pressure to embrace politics that will actually undermine our efforts to build societies where you can feel at home, like protectionism, economic nationalism. Maybe part of the problem is how we communicate about what we as competition law enforcers and policymakers do, and what we do already. We talk quite a lot about efficient market outcomes. That is a beautiful phrase. I know you love it too. Sometimes we may forget to say that the whole point of efficient market outcomes is quite straightforward. That there is food on the shelf, and that it is on that shelf at a price that is actually affordable for the family. And when we talk about something that is even more dear to me, defending against anti-competitive practices, also beautiful words. Sometimes we may forget to say that the reason why we do this is so that young people with big dreams, with great ambitions, with fresh ideas, can start a new business and do things in a way that it has not been done before. Maybe launch a product that makes our lives richer, better, And by keeping focus on these human goals, I think we make it clear that what we want to achieve is to make people better off. And that can help build public support for our day-to-day work of keeping markets on track, whether through regulation or competition law enforcement. It has been said, nobody falls in love with a single market. Well, that must be nobody -1, because I am. And I don't think that we should think of this as something unattainable, because the market is us. Maybe we also had a bit of bad branding for the market with this sort of invisible hand thing, because that's a bit ghost-like, keeping us from realizing that the market is just thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people going about making choices, doing their business, making the market. So maybe if people see that the single market is really about them, it's about the family, it will be easier for us to tell about the decisions that we take, why we think that new rules might be needed, why we are pushing forward. And this focus on people, it's more than a slogan. It's more than messaging. It is something that we use on substance to shape what it is that we do. Because it is a very well-defined perspective, because you can do something else. You can focus on businesses instead, or you can focus on just few people, or you can focus on just few countries. But there is a special thing when you say that you focus on people. And I think especially now, with the world changing at such a fast pace, you saw sort of the diagnosis that we gave in the first panel. We've shot the light behind us. We've said goodbye to that level of stability and predictability of low inflation and low interest rate that we've had for a very long time. And we have been thrown into a world of volatility and uncertainty, and yet we want to and we need to push forward. And so we need to find new solutions, new ways of working, and sometimes with very, very, very short notice. We saw that at the start of the pandemic. We saw that when Russia invaded Ukraine. And in finding new solutions, the first question that we ask ourselves is, how will this impact people? Because it's not neutral. And we try to be so ambitious that we say that even though we are managing an urgency here and now, we want to make sure that we are improving people's lives in what we do. Because we cannot lose track of the long term, even though we are managing an emergency right here and now. Because every step we take in the emergency situation sets the direction for the future. So the two things will have to be aligned. We discussed these questions as set in the first panel, dealt with the role of competition policy in managing the crisis, boosting competitiveness, contributing to diversity, supporting our democracies, and I think very importantly, making sure that no one is being left behind. But serving people, that is basically what democracy is for, is about obviously more than low prices, innovation, and a wide choice of products. I think we would find that to be a very poor society. As many young people have shown us with the Fridays for Future and other climate protests over the last, actually, 4 years, no surprise, but people do care about the future of our planet. And that is why, in order to work for people, our competition rules and market regulations, they must also work to support our green objectives. Not just decarbonizing the economy, but also reducing pollution, reducing waste, protecting biodiversity. And we see that this is a real thing. We have had the first cartels in the circular economy. And I think that's a very good sign that the circular economy is slowly maturing. The challenge, of course, in what we do right now, when it comes to the green transition, is that we are in the middle of a severe energy crisis. We want an effective response to Russia's weaponization of our energy market, that it has been turned against us, that it is undermining so many things of what we want to do. But the thing is that in finding these responses, what we are trying to do on a day-to-day basis is to make sure that we also maximize the probability that we'll get to our long-term goals. Because we made a promise. We made a promise to the next generation that, that we will enable a real green transition. Competition is not in the lead here. Competition law enforcement is not. But it has a supportive role to play. And in my opinion, there's no shame in being a subcontractor, because you still have a role. Linked to this are the ways in which competition policy supports the digital transition. In the Commission lingo, we very often talk about the digital and the green transition as twins. Actually, that might be a bit misleading, because there will be no green transition without digital. But we can have a digital transition without that being green. So there are asymmetries here. One twin was born before the other, and one twin depends on the other. And it is really important, because when we think about what makes people better off, well, then we need the competition to drive the innovation so that new services, new products are being launched. It can be smart traffic management systems that reduces energy waste on traffic jams, and because of that, also pollution in our cities. It can be digital solutions in production to bring down input costs, save energy, reduce emissions. Smart farming, that can reduce the use of pesticides and fertilizer, and because of that, we have more wildlife and cleaner water. And here, competition policy and regulation has a dual, or have a common role in keeping digital markets open and fair, because otherwise we do not get this innovation that we need for the green transition to happen. And digital markets, they have special features that we have learned over the last 10 years. They scale. They have this special feature of data pushing it. And these markets can still work for people, but for that to happen, they must be fair and contestable. And these are the efforts that we're doing right now with the competition law enforcement case by case being complemented by our enforcement of the Digital Markets Act to come. And then, maybe one of the toughest challenges of all, making sure that Europe marks its place in a shifting global order. And that we do so with the interest of people in mind. Because there are other priorities. Again, it is not trivial. Because in Europe, our mandate comes from the integrity of the individual, that every one of us have the right to be here. Which is, by the way, one of the reasons why we have proposed that artificial intelligence biometric identification cannot be used by governments to do social scoring systems or blanket surveillance in public space. So we need, it's not trivial. And yet we have to change. For 70 years, free and open trade has brought enormous benefit for Europeans, not just prosperity, but also creating a lot of jobs that has made us so much better off. Most obviously, of course, the export sectors, but also as consumers, we have benefited from the widest possible range of products to choose from. And finally, open and fair trade has made our economy richer, providing us with the fiscal resources to invest in what makes our societies work. Social protection, health, infrastructure, education, research. All these things that are a completely integrated part of the European economic model. Now we are recalibrating globalization. And maybe it's a good thing that we shot the light behind us, because even the recent past wasn't that good. Because there were so many things that we had not solved. Now, competition law enforcers all over the planet come together to get it right on digital. We're diversifying on our energy supply, in our supply of raw materials. In every trade agreement that we make, ILO conventions is absolutely key for decent worker conditions. This is a different globalization. This is one that is much more safe for everyone involved, including the planet. Some of you might have taken time in the break to look at the results from the latest Eurobarometer survey. I find them interesting because the results, they are solid and they are consistent all over Europe. And what they say is that competition improves the daily lives of citizens, small and medium-sized businesses. It brings better choices and increased innovation. So people, they do see what it is that we do. So of course we should not sway. We should continue along this path. But at the same time, with this new world of volatility, of uncertainty, with the task of recalibrating globalization, never underestimate the challenges that we face. And defending our interests means finding the right balance between, on the one hand, the ideals of free and open trade, on the other hand, making sure that our economies are resilient in the face of external disruption and the threats that we now know better than ever before. Overall, this is not something that we in Europe should do alone. And you know, in Europe, we never feel alone, because first and foremost, we have each other. As you will know, we are celebrating the fact that the national competition authorities, they're enforcing European competition law with us, making sure that everywhere in Europe, you can rely on someone to keep you safe, no matter if it's the national market or the European market that is cheating on you. But we do lift our gaze to look outside of Europe, to have the dialogue with authorities, with partners that share what we do, share our values. We have stepped up the dialogue with the United States, with the Trade and Technology Council, and we do that with partners all over the globe, because you cannot recalibrate globalization without talking together, without having the dialogue. And not only does this make us more effective on the global stage, but it is in itself a statement that we believe in liberty, in democracy, in human rights, and obviously, fundamentally, in the rule of law. Because ultimately, in order for markets to work for people, they must serve the values and the principles of a free and a just society. And in doing so, they will also help us to resist aggression, to promote peace, because that must be a fundamental and ongoing effort. Thank you very much.
And now we come to our third and last panel. Louis has already gotten ahead of himself and of myself and is on stage. And the two co-panelists are arriving. And after that, we'll have the closing by Olivier Garçon. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming back after lunch. Thank you to the Commissioner for setting up the context for our panel very nicely. We're going to be opening up the debate to talk about some of the global issues, also talk about consumers, let's not forget them. It was excellent this morning. For those who weren't here, it was an absolute tour de force from Mrs. Georgieva, who left us with an impression of the apocalypse with Moses struck down by the transition to a green economy. I'd remind you that he was also part of the transition to a digital economy, given he was the first person to get a tablet with data from the cloud. You're welcome. Okay, now, we've got two panelists today. I'm going to introduce them, but you'll notice that we're missing a third, who is a late change on the panel, Sebastian Sieniatkowski, the CEO of Klarna. Unfortunately, couldn't make it at the last minute. What does that mean? It's more time for you. This is making markets work for the people, making moderators work for the people. So please put your hand up if you've got a question, if you've got a contribution. For those at home, you can use Slido. For those in the room, just put your hand up. There'll be some time for Q&A at the end, but if you've got anything to say in the meantime, please do attract my attention. So on my right-hand side, they're both on my right-hand side, we've got Monique Goyens of BEUC, which is a consumer group, an umbrella organization which brings together 45 different consumer groups across Europe. Basically, if you've ever bought anything in Europe, Monique speaks for you. Yeah? No pressure. And then we've got Fiona Scott-Morton, who'll be very well known to many of you as well, who's at the Yale School of Management, also formerly served at the US Department of Justice as Deputy Assistant Attorney General. I'm Lewis Crofts, I'm a journalist, I ask the questions. So how it's going to work is we're going to have some opening statements just to frame the debate by these two, and then we'll go into the discussion, and there's time for Q&A at the end. Fiona would like to start.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the invitation to be here. It's been really interesting this morning. I wanted to continue Mrs. Vesteyer's theme. How can, I'm going to call it capitalism, make people better off? So making markets work for people, I think we want to think about that as capitalism. I'm a fan of capitalism, but for it to work properly, you need rules of the road. If you don't have appropriate rules of the road for markets, then they don't produce outcomes that we want. They don't produce outcomes that make people happy. So why is that the case? And it's the case because people are fallible. They don't have training to evaluate whether an automobile is safe. They don't have information about the features, all the features of the car or the features of the loaf of bread or whatever it might be. They don't want to spend their time learning about the fuel efficiency of a car, figuring out a metric for it and comparing it to the fuel efficiency of the next car. They want to pay €1 every year in taxes, to have there be a government agency to set those standards and measure those things and help them choose between cars that way. Okay, so we need basic things like weights and measures and disclosures, information provision, nutrition labels, this sort of thing. People also have behavioral biases. We have now 40 years worth of research about consumers who are time inconsistent, consumers who overly respond to defaults, consumers who are excessively optimistic or risk averse or risk loving. We all suffer from, we procrastinate, we suffer from all these problems. And we would call these internalities in the jargon. And another thing that governments can do to make markets work better is help consumers manage their own internalities by disallowing firms from preying on those weaknesses and setting up things like in the United States, we have something called an annual percentage rate that has to be printed in a very large font if you receive a credit card offer in the mail. And that's so that whatever complex schedule of rates over time that the bank has set, it can be boiled down using a formula set by the government to be 15 or whatever it might be. And the consumer can compare that to another offer of 10 and decide that 15 is a higher interest rate than 10 and choose the better credit card. Okay, consumers need help doing that sort of thing. And if they have that help, then banks are incentivized to compete on the interest rate, which is a dimension that is salient, it's very important to consumers because that's their money. Okay, so that's why we have these rules. It's easy for a competition authority, particularly one combined with a consumer protection function, to deal with competition, making competition better in all of the contexts I've just mentioned, where you've got disclosures, asymmetric information, and the internalities, behavioral consumers. The problem comes when there's externalities. Why? Because the externalities are, by definition, in a different market. And when we do competition, we think about the consumers in a market, those consumers, what they're buying, and their welfare. And if it's therefore something that the product is doing to them, a consumer in that market is being hurt by that thing, the consumer and the product are all in the same market, we're good. The externalities lead to a different market, and that's where you need a higher political authority to tell the competition authority or society more generally how we're going to trade off those two different markets, a benefit in one versus a cost in another. Okay, so with that little preamble, let me just add something which is maybe a bit more relevant just now in the United States, which is these principles apply to workers and input suppliers as well. We heard a little bit about that this morning, but any kind of supplier that's not got market power, such as a driver or a farmer that raises chickens, okay? In the same way, they're fallible, they lack information, they're busy doing their work, they're behavioral. And when we have competitive markets, what that does is ensure that wages, or more generally payments to input suppliers, and the prices that we all pay as end consumers reflect competition and reflect the resources necessary to consume that product or the value of that product. And capital markets with rules prevent harmful products, deceptive products, and get us all maximal welfare. So that's why we're here. And I would say that the Digital Services Act, it's very interesting to me. A couple of years ago, if there had been a panel if there had been an event like this, it would have had a lot more to do with misinformation and bad stuff happening online, as well as green. This today has been really largely about the environment, and that piece has not emerged quite so forcefully. Why is that? I think that's because the political mechanism spoke and delivered to Europe the Digital Services Act. And the Digital Services Act is exactly supposed to help the quality of our online environment, quality of those products and services to go up, because they won't be deceptive and harmful and harming democracy and all of these kinds of things. Okay, what Jean Tirole said before lunch was that it would be really good if the political part of the European Union would deliver such a rule for carbon. And then we would not be asking the competition authority to handle these externalities from green issues and carbon issues, but we would have a framework within which those would be regulated, and we could have competition inside that framework. So I think maybe I'll just pause there and we can come back to other questions as you go on, Louis.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me here. I must say I feel a little bit like an exotic animal in a competition crowd, so I hope I will not bore you too much, and I will try to provide you a little bit with the consumer perspective on competition policy and on markets. And the first remark I would like to make, or observation, is that the concept of free market is not like a spontaneous gift to humanity by the universe. In order for a market to be competitive or to be free, you need strong rules and you need an assertive enforcer, regulator. This is very important, and that's what consumers expect. Look at how you are when you are shopping or when you are in the market. You expect high level of choice, good prices, high quality. You expect your economic interest, like unfairness, to be tackled, and you take it totally for granted that what you're buying is safe. So you really rely on all those fronts of a very strong regulatory framework, and you mentioned that also. And this does not stop at the border. This is not only true for domestic markets, wherever the products come from, or wherever the companies come from, whether it's online or offline. If it's directed at the European consumer, they expect this regulatory framework to keep them safe. And this is something which is very important. And I would like already to respond to what you're saying about the behaviors of consumers. I have been working as a consumer advocate for quite some decades. And one lesson I have learned very early is that you have to work with the people like they are, not like you would like them to be. So economic models don't work with people. Just be aware of that, because that can give the bias in your economic modeling. This being said, we are proud of the European competition policy. We believe as European consumers we are in a good place. We are There is a lot of conversation going on where the consumer interest is being taken into account in a flexible way. We also see competition policy as and it has also been mentioned, as a very complementary tool to maximize the impact of other policies, be it food policy, be it pharmaceutical policy, be it energy policy, be it sustainability. And if somebody at DG Competition is bored, I would really like you to look into the charging prices for electric cars, because we believe that the market...
Is anyone bored?
Because we believe that one of the barriers that consumers face for the take-up of electric cars is the lack of transparency in pricing for charging your car outside of your home. And there we might maybe inspire some sector inquiry. So this is for my to-do list. What is crucial in this respect is also to see that there is a commonality between consumer policy and competition policy, because it is very important to stress in the most assertive way that those are cornerstones of our economies. If they don't work, the markets fail. What we see sometimes, there is a political pressure that those are nice to have policies. When you have a crisis, you just suspend them. We see it on consumer policy. Do you remember COVID? The first things airlines did when they had to cancel flights is to say we don't reimburse the consumer tickets. It's a right for you as an airline passenger to be reimbursed. Huh? So they just suspended your right, and they took several member states with them on that journey. Fortunately, the Commission has stopped it. And this is also true, for example, on antibiotics for the moment. There is a big push by pharmaceutical companies to derogate from competition in the pharma market by the notion of transferable exclusivity vouchers. I spare you the details of that, but it's just a derogation. It's an exemption from competition in the pharma market, which would be beyond the normal duration of the patent. Now let's maybe go for what we think could be enhanced or be improved. And there is, of course, a lot that needs to be said in the most constructive way. First of all, there is really a problem with the lack of speed of investigations in antitrust. And of course, we are not in favor of expeditive justice, certainly not, but there are too many tricks being used by the companies in order to make, it drags on for years, for decades sometimes. And in the meantime, the competitors are out of the market and the consumers are suffering harm for much too long. So this is really something that we might need maybe to reclaim as a procedure. And then at the end of the process, there is a decision. The infringement is confirmed, a huge fine, everybody applauds, but the victims are left in the cold. The competitors or the consumers who have been harmed by something that has been considered as anti-competitive, they don't see anything happening there. And this is, well, it is currently how competition policy is being constructed. But from the signal to consumers, this is not normal. They have been harmed. Why don't they get compensation? It just goes back to the budget, either of the state or of the General Union. And then just coming back to what I just said as a response to Fiona, it is very important for competition enforcers. Well, you use economic models, fair enough, but please, if it is about the consumer interest, it is very important to take account of consumer attitudes and of consumer behavior, which is not necessarily the same. And this is really very important. Also, not to speak about consumers, but with consumers. This is where you can be informed about how things happen. Just to give you a very concrete example, you see in the bank accounts market a very low level of mobility of consumers. Very few people change bank account. Now, economic theory, a satisfied consumer stays with their bank. Well, I hear some laughing. I see that already the problem is there. When you look at the consumer market scoreboard, financial services are very low in the ranking of consumer satisfaction. So why are consumers that are not satisfied staying with a bank? There must be other barriers. What are those barriers? And so this is very important to analyze further in order to address the shortcomings there in consumer mobility. Then when it maybe, am I still okay with my time?
Go ahead, yeah.
When it comes, I have still a whole book to tell you. But no, it's not true. In terms of digital now, of course, digital markets are high-speed markets. So if there is a problem of lack of speedy enforcement in traditional markets, can you imagine the harm that is being done in digital markets? And there it is really also important, and I think that Mrs. Vestager said it in a conference in Prague a few weeks ago, we have to reinvent or explore new theories of harm. There is the fact that big tech companies, who are the big players in this digital markets, they destroy ecosystems, and it's not only in the one market they're in; they are very often in different markets, and so they go across markets doing the harm. But sometimes it's even online and offline world that is impacted by their behavior. So it is really important to take a different telescope in order to see what's happening there in terms of lock-in situations. DMA. We love the DMA as a consumer organization, so well done, great achievement, congratulations. But now, of course, reality test, we have to make it happen in reality, and the resources have to be made available to the enforcers to follow up with what DMA provides them with the tools. And this is, of course, and we know that you are working on that, and we have also been trying to support any increase in enforcement resources, be it human resources, financial resources, expertise when it comes to being the geeks, understanding what's happening behind the algorithm. And so what is also important globally there is that the whole world has been watching DMA adoption. That was really like a very important development. And now the world is watching whether it's going to deliver in reality. And we really would like the EU to be a front runner and to be seen as the global regulator when it comes to DMA enforcement. And I can only promise that from the consumer perspective, we will provide as much input as our resources allow in order to make to proceed as promptly as possible. Last point I would like to suggest is about sustainability. And there I really believe it is very important to see the big picture. Whatever green policies we develop, be it food, energy, transport, what have you, at the end of the day, it's the people who have to make that change their lifestyles. You and I have to change the way we eat, the way we travel, the way we move in public or not public transport, the way we heat or cool our houses, the way we buy or not equipment, our clothes, our cosmetics, our chemicals. So that means that we need to be put in a position that we can do that. It is not fair that the individual consumer takes that responsibility. The system has to change. The sustainable option needs to become, for the consumer, the default option, meaning easy, attractive, fun, and affordable. And there, competition policy has a major role to play. Because what we see now is that there is like a sustainability bonus. Companies know very well that consumers are ready to pay more for sustainable products. They should not abuse of that. And therefore, it is really important to look into that market in order to be sure that there is not any anti-competitive practice working there. And then maybe just a last point, the narrative when it comes to sustainability has to change. Sustainability, the green transition, is a great opportunity for businesses. And if it is not a punishment. And so if companies can understand that even being in a competitive environment in Europe to develop green business models or sustainable business models, it will also enable them to become front runners at the global level. I'll keep it here. Thank you very much.
Shopping list, I've got it down. Electric vehicles, bank accounts, faster investigations, DMA people, and transferable.
Let me say just one sentence. When you said economic models can't predict what consumers do because they don't behave like economics, actually we have had a revolution in economics incorporating psychology into economics called behavioral economics.
Yeah, I know.
And this is now 40 years old with several Nobel Prize winners. Those models are actually what we need because they are exactly measuring what real consumers do under real circumstances. And I think this needs to be taken on board more by competition authorities and regulators, but the economics is there.
Yes, yeah. It's not the
Just
use
defending
by the
my field.
not the reuse by the enforcers. That's what we agree on that.
Perhaps before we come to some of the technology issues, just to take the global issue, what the Commissioner said about the open trade model. I think a speaker earlier in the day talked about not deglobalizing, but re-globalizing, doing it in a different way. Obviously, it's meeting head-on with the principle of resilience, resilient economies. Is there a new trade-off? Is there at all a trade-off? We're seeing in the US things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which would be their response to resilience, which obviously has had the European Union seeking talks. How do you see the trade-off?
I don't think there's a trade-off. I think what consumers care about is not only that, let's say, their medicines, a generic drug is available at the lowest price because there is competition, but also that the generic drug is not made in just one geographic location, so that if that location has a pandemic and everything shuts down, then there's no supply of drug to the consumers. So the consumers are interested in a resilient supply chain and in a robustness of that supply chain. I'll say that competition can deliver resilience. Let's imagine that we have a generic drug coming in from Germany and India and China to the United States. That means that if there were to be a pandemic in one of those places or an earthquake or something, we would still have access to the medicine for US consumers. So this idea that we want to build in resiliency and robustness to our thinking on competition policy is perfectly consistent with how we do it. Shortages are like a price of infinity. Shortages sometimes restrict supply not to zero and cause higher prices. Those higher prices are a traditional thing we think about and analyze when we're evaluating a merger. So we can do this with our normal framework, and if governments feel that they need to protect their people by, for example, having masks made in the home country in case the world shuts down and stops trading, then make a regulation that says hospitals must purchase masks that are made locally or something like that. And then there will be competition locally to supply those masks. So I don't see a trade-off. I also want to say that I think that the Digital Markets Act is not about trade. I know that there are people who want to say, oh, this is Europe being upset that they don't have a digital platform and cracking down on American firms. And I really don't see it that way at all. I think that it's a natural progression to regulate a new sector. We invent airplanes, we regulate airplanes. We invent drugs, we regulate drugs. We invent the telephone, we regulate the telephone. This is normal, and we are doing it with digital platforms. And when antitrust has fallen behind and we have entrenched monopolies that are preventing the next stage of competition, preventing the entry and preventing the innovation, it's very natural to regulate to achieve those goals. So I don't think it has anything to do with where a platform is located, but really about trying to benefit the consumers that live in that jurisdiction.
Monique, should resilience mean consumers prepared to pay higher prices?
I don't think so. I think that we really believe in trade. There is a lot of benefit for consumers in trade because they put more competition on the market. And I remember in the 1990s that European cars were not so good. There was a lot of rusty after 2 years or so, and then the Japanese cars came into the market. There was a liberalization, and there were, by the way, competition cases that Beuk has been taken against a cartel between the British car manufacturers and the Japanese car importers because they reduced the quota of Japanese cars on the UK market. And in fact, it's the arrival of Japanese cars who has put the competition pressure on the European car makers, and that has increased the quality of European cars. And it's the arrival, can I say, of Tesla in Europe, which has really put pressure on European car makers to get the act done with putting electric models on the market. That's why we are really regretting that part, certainly, of the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, where it's America first. This is something that we believe is not good for American consumers, at least. Now, what we think where resilience should step in is more, and that is a double lesson that we have learned both with COVID and with the energy crisis, is the need to diversify the supply chain. Because the problem is not so much that it has been brought, that this, be it masks or be it energy, that it has been bought from abroad. The problem is that it's a single source and the supply chain. And then you have a big vulnerability if your only, let's say, your only supplier or your very limited number of supplier breaks down or is not able to bring it to you.
Do you worry that resilience is used as camouflage for reintroducing national champions and European champions, which we heard from the panel before?
We don't like European champions when it comes at the costs of competition locally. Yeah, we believe it's I don't know whether it's a camouflage. I don't want to make any, as you would say in French, procès d'intention. But in terms of consequences for consumers, it would not be positive.
Yeah, I thought that what Anu said this morning, I mean, we're revisiting the role of the state. I think there's some sense that we want more state intervention. But everybody is hesitant to come right out and say, let's just have the government provide it, or let's nationalize this industry. So instead, somehow there's this middle ground, well, we will make a national champion, and somehow it will do what we want. But that's not how market power works, right? Newsflash, you create a monopolist, and the monopolist has a fiduciary duty to its shareholders and is going to make money, and you don't have any power over it anymore. So it's not a safe direction to travel. I think either just confess that what you want is state involvement and then nationalize the railroad or whatever it is you want to do and take responsibility for that and have democratic accountability for the behavior of that entity, or you have to rely on competition because the unregulated monopolist is not a good place to be.
In the US, is there a debate around single supplier and so forth, like there is here, like competition's role in diversifying? I can't imagine it's as
A little bit. I mean, as you said, the Inflation Reduction Act has chip making reshored and so on. I think the difference with the United States is it's such a large country. You can have multiple production locations and firms doing any one thing, and it's all inside the same country. Now, there's, the EU is a jurisdiction, but I think it just feels a little bit different to us.
Just to come back to the DMA, obviously, digital companies are global. They often compete globally. The markets are often global. Then you stick a piece of legislation in the middle of it, which is not global, but de facto could be. Do you think that Europe then becomes, I think Anu Bradford's obviously the Brussels effect, and Brussels has a special responsibility in the same way that the dominant companies do?
I think it's going to be extremely interesting looking forward. I'm not sure I would call it a special responsibility. I mean, we didn't elect you, my people, that is, in America. You're trying to make your markets work for your society, which is marvelous. And if the United States is very lucky, we will benefit from this. I mean, we have the same concerns and many of the same groups and forces wishing to have a similar law in the United States, but our Congress doesn't legislate very often. Our democracy is having problems right now. It's very difficult for us to pass any laws. And so we are free riding, I think, off of the European Commission and what we hope what I hope anyway, will be generated by enforcement of the DMA.
I can only confirm that because we work a lot with our US counterparts, the Transatlantic Consumer Dialogue, and they are watching very closely what's happening in Europe in order to be able to say, look, it's working there, why shouldn't it work?
And I don't know what we'll see. We may see a company decide that to comply with the DMA, it's just easier to roll out the same business model globally, and people around the world benefit from that. Or a company might run a contestable business model in Europe and an exploitative one in the United States, and then economists will have a good time comparing and contrasting and measuring outcomes and seeing what that looks like. But I think it's too early to say.
What's the update us on the state of American democracy and passing the different kinds of laws that are on the table
That
there?
would take too long. No, there were proposed a number of bills for regulating digital platforms last year, perhaps. I would say there's really one remaining option standing. The American Innovation and Online Choice Act, I think is its name. It's possible that it gets voted in November after the election when everybody comes back into session, but I think that depends greatly on the outcome of the election. For example, if Republicans have won a lot of seats, then they will have no incentive to compromise and vote for something together with Democrats. They'll just wait till they're in power and have what they prefer or not have anything. So I would not put the prognosis terribly high. But it's possible. I will just note for those who are interested, it's not a regulator that this bill would establish. It's just the same process we have as in our competition law. The public authority would go to the courts and say this platform is violating this law, and we would have the same lengthy litigation. And a judge in California could rule differently than one in Maine, than one in Texas, and there'd be appeals, and it would be the same kind of mess that we have now with our competition laws.
Obviously, yeah, the question is where's the innovation going to take place? You know, the larger companies would say they're having their arms and legs cut off in Europe, and therefore their innovation will go elsewhere. Whereas I heard a speech from Mr. Gersin yesterday, who was talking about actually in Europe this is going to open the market. You'll find new startups having access to data, access to the market, that the innovation will take place here. And finally, Europe will get its tech companies. Where do you stand on that?
Do you want to go first, Moni?
Fully agree. I believe that putting companies under competitive pressure is a way to innovate, and that's why we always say that regulation or a regulatory framework spurs innovation much more than monopolistic situations. So we welcome that, and we really believe that that's much more powerful for European companies, not to allow the gatekeepers to strangle the market. So yes, let's let that competition come, and it will create innovation, and it will reinforce European companies in Europe and outside of Europe.
I think when you look at the DMA, it's really structured to benefit the business user of the platform. That seems to be the political impetus behind the DMA. So what does that mean? Contestability means that business users can get onto these platforms, can communicate with their own customers, and can extract more of the rents. The fairness part is the division of rents. So if the business user has more ability to get on, more ability to innovate on the platform, and more ability to take rents, that is creating an environment for those business users that's much better. So we would expect the return, the incentive to innovate and the ability to innovate has gone way up. So it's quite possible that we had an environment that was a stagnating monopoly with a lot of money, but no real incentive to innovate, because it's like it's in a running race with only one competitor. There's no one running behind you, so you don't have to run very fast. So that money is going, as Thomas said this morning, is going to the shareholders. If you redistribute that money to the business users and it gives them an incentive to innovate, we may see Europe being actually the place where if you want to invent a digital wallet, you have to come here. If you want to invent an app store, you have to come here. If you want to have like a music service that can communicate with its own customers, you have to come here. And so it may be that innovation in Europe is actually quite a bit stimulated, and the people who want to start those businesses can't do it in California. They have to do it here because it's the only place they can access customers.
I mean, for many years, the watchword in digital regulation has been sort of convergence. You know, let's keep it predictable for business. Now you've got DMA, DSA here, any number of patriotically named pieces of legislation in the US. You've got competition law coexisting alongside them. You've got the South Koreans legislating app stores, the UK taking a hard line on mergers. You know, is convergence still something we should desire, or should we embrace the different approaches under, you know, the watchword of resilience?
I think we haven't done enough yet for me to be terribly worried about convergence. I mean, nothing's happened, right? We have a law, but it hasn't been enforced yet. So I think until you convince me that there's a problem, like one jurisdiction is actually conflicting with another jurisdiction, I'm not going to be terribly worried about it. I think the big platforms have a lot of resources, both human resources and financial resources, to help solve that problem. And certainly regulators in all countries are not interested in having no services for their citizens. So they are going to work to make sure that this is not a disaster. So I'm a little bit thinking this is tomorrow's problem. Let's first solve today's problem.
Well, convergence is always a nice to have, but it should not be an objective in itself. And we believe that if convergence leads to inaction or to delay or to watering down of expectations that we would have domestically, we should just keep it. I mean, not go to trying to have the last mile achieved there. It's a nice to have, not a must have.
Just to come on to the topic of the conference, is sort of a silent contradiction, perhaps, in the title, which is making markets work, which would traditionally be a economic efficiency argument, and then for people, which is the newer fairness argument. Let's come to Monique. Is there a division between efficient markets and fair outcomes for consumers?
No, because to qualify the efficiency, you have to look at what consumers get out of it. So I think that's the litmus test for an efficient market. It's the consumer well-being. And so that is really something that is very important. And I think that markets can work for consumers, but it needs a very strong regulatory framework. The rules must be ambitious and the regulator must be assertive.
Fiona, there's a speech by Alvaro Bedoya from the FTC who said that efficiency had sort of hijacked the notion of competition law through the 70s and 80s and so forth, and that actually it was all about fairness to consumers. Do you see efficient markets and fairness? How do you see those marrying together?
I think that when you have a competitive price as an outcome of a setting where the internalities have been taken care of and the externalities have been taken care of, then you are really doing the best possible for the consumers who are the people. Now, what does it mean to replace the word consumers with people? It means we're thinking about clean air and democracy. Those are externalities, again, that need to be built into the rules, so that when we compete on that dimension, we don't have firms competing to be deceptive or competing saying, I have a product that has low emissions when it doesn't. Okay, so we need rules about fraud and so forth. We also need rules about how much emissions is allowed. And then once you have that floor, consumers can relax because, as Monique said earlier, they expect all products to be safe that are on the market. Likewise, I think we now would like to be in a place where we expect all products to be green. And then we can have competition among green products. And then we are having a market that works for people because the products are green and we have choices and low prices and entry and competition. So it's really just a slight broadening of scope, not to say that competition isn't any less important than it was, but just to remind ourselves that the rules of the market really matter for the outcome that we're going to get. If you ignore all the externalities and all the internalities, you're not going to get welfare for people. You might get it for the neoclassical consumer, but we're not modeling the neoclassical consumer anymore because we have all of these imperfections.
And then in the context of competition policy, that means that the notion of consumer needs to take account of the multi-dimensions of the consumer, even not speaking about the people, meaning a consumer is not just a wallet. A consumer means also some people care about sustainability, some people care about quality, some people care about about
their
health.
Online interactions not being filled with hate and disinformation.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of, and that's why we would really like to call on the regulators to reach out more systematically at national and at European level to the consumer voice in order to better analyze the consumer interest. And please, once a company starts saying that they care for consumers and that consumers want this, that, you really need to have like a red alert, because if they speak talking about what consumers want, that means that they have no other argument available to make their case.
Fiona, you talked about a slight broadening of scope. I mean, if I'd understood the Nobel Prize laureate's presentation earlier, which is not a given, it seemed to say, by broadening too much, we can overburden sometimes an independent regulator, overburden the regulatory process, and give them, too many issues to have to take into consideration. How do you respond to that?
So first, I never disagree with Jean. That's, but also that's not what I said, which is why it's not a disagreement. What I'm trying to explain is when you draw the normal demand, supply, and you have that triangle of consumer surplus, which some of you in the audience may have seen before, okay, that thing relies on what is inside the demand curve. Is that demand curve reflecting the externalities? Is it reflecting that this is an addictive good? Is it reflecting what is in that demand curve? If we draw that demand curve very simplistically and then say we have consumer welfare, we are not getting the right answer. The full demand curve has more stuff in it. Now, is it the competition authority's problem to draw the demand curve? No, because when it's an externality, that needs to be done by political actors who can trade off carbon, jobs, green energy, whatever else has to be traded off. And once they give that demand curve and supply curve to the competition authority, then we are wanting to maximize the consumer welfare inside that system. So the broadening of scope is just reminding us that the competition authority works in an environment, and we need the political system to generate the right environment, or else the competition authority cannot maximize the thing that helps people.
Well, it's only fair of me to give you the opportunity to disagree with Professor
No, I even agree with Fiona. Just to give the consumer experience there, what we are facing is that there are different agencies responsible for different aspects of the same consumer problem. And then the danger is that the consumer ends up having no agency taking care of the problem. And we need, ping-ponging and data protection is not for me. You should go to the consumer authority. Consumer authority say, oh no, that's the energy regulator. When you have like a data protection problem in a financial services contract, who is the regulator? Who is in charge of that? Is it the financial authority? Is it the competition authority? Is it the data protection authority? Is it the consumer protection authority? And I mean, the individual consumer certainly not, but even consumer organizations are struggling to knock on the right door. And when they knock on the door, then there might be really a lot of ping pong. And that's not what swift enforcement should be about.
Okay, another chance for Professor Tirole. I'm pretty sure, this is to Monique, I'm pretty sure in one of his slides he took issue with the European Commission's case against car makers over emissions standards, or emissions technology, which was about an innovation rather than a price breach or collusion. Now, do you agree with Professor Tirole?
Well, I don't agree with Professor Tirole when he says that consumers have been winning out of that, because that's a very reductive way of presenting the consumer benefit in this type of cartel, because people want clean technology, people don't want to be cheated upon, people want to have clean technology means, first of all, they care for the environment, but it's also a health issue. So just reducing the consumer benefit to an economic benefit concerning, yes, the car is cheaper as when we had done it without a cartel, that is something that should not fly anymore in the 21st century.
Fiona, to have competition policy, competition regulators work for the people, for the interests of the people, and they're staying inside their structure, is there, what can they do? Is it to do with the choice of cases, the choice of what sectors they look at, what industries they look at, the theories of harm? Is there a way that what needs to change in order that they serve, in order that they make markets work for people?
Well, I think there's a couple of different approaches. One would be to adopt a market investigation tool similar to what the CMA has in the UK. What the market investigation tool there allows the CMA to do is go into a market, figure out if competition is working well, and if it's not, very often the CMA generates a reference to another agency. Here's what seems to be wrong in insurance. Could you please promulgate some rules about whatever it might be? And so that enables a specialist in competition to say to another regulator, you're falling down on the job, you're not actually setting the rules of the road correctly in this industry, and that's causing harm to competitors. To consumers and users in that industry. Another thing to do is to intervene by lowering switching costs. So for example, Monique made a very interesting point earlier about switching bank accounts. In the UK, there's a regime called open banking. And what open banking does is it allows there to be a common set of APIs for accessing bank accounts. And this makes it tremendously easier to switch from one bank to another. Indeed, you can organize it so that that switch happens at midnight on a certain day and you're good to go the next day at your new bank account. Most consumers don't have enough money to run 2 bank accounts at the same time and wait for all of their bills to be paid on one while they open up another one. So this automatic switching of all the bill paying and everything overnight is critical to creating contestability in banking. So an authority can try to do things like that to make markets work better.
Monique, I suppose, consumers come to the regulator, your organizations come to the regulator and say, we've got a problem here. And then maybe you get the answer, well, it's not quite a competition case, or there's no case law on this, or whatever. I guess you'd be urging the Commission to, or all regulators, to just be a bit bolder?
Of course, yes. We believe that if there is one priority, and this morning I was at the Single Market conference, and one priority for the future program of the Commission is really to prioritize enforcement, because there is such a wealth of legislation that has been adopted, but that is just for the moment a piece of paper. Because either it's not implemented, it takes ages to be implemented by member states, or if it is implemented, it is not really enforced in practice because it's so complicated either to convince enforcement agencies to take the cases up, or then just because it just takes time because of finding evidence and making the case, and then convincing the regulators to work together, for example, in the country. And so that would be really one of the most beautiful, let's say, achievements for the next years to come, if we would have a all-encompassing enforcement system that would deliver much more quickly to the people.
And as regards the sort of, the theories of harm, there's pharmaceuticals cases which you've been involved in where arguably the Commission's doing things.
Oh yes, I mean, there is one case which we really think it's like a model case that could be really inspiring, which is the Aspen Pharma case, where really, overpricing of medicines by a dominant company, and there has been a settlement normally as a consumer organization we don't like so much settlements because then you don't have the precedent, but here the settlement the company agreed to really bring down the prices for consumers, and this is really something that has benefited quite quickly to consumers. So that was a very swift reaction by the Commission, by DG Competition, in order to clean up that dysfunctioning part of the market.
Yeah, I mean, to do that, a regulator needs to be courageous, often needs to take decisions which are sometimes at the edges of its powers. In the US, the regulator then loses in court. I mean, is there a risk? Either are they trying to go too far, or are the judges not quite up to scratch? How do you see it? Is there a risk of overstretching to serve some of these more sort of desirable goals?
Yes, I think there's legal elements to the strategy which I won't comment on, but just to say that when there's consumer harm, I think either the competition authorities should move forward because they can win in court, or because they can win in the court of public opinion. If people have voted for a competition authority to protect them from monopolies, and that competition authority is going to court and trying to protect them from monopolies, and it's obvious that there's a problem, and the legal system generates a negative result, then at that point, at least it is clear to the people that they voted for something and that political party or leader is trying to protect them, and the source of the problem is the law, or the way the courts are run, or something, and then a democracy has ways of changing those things, passing new laws, changing the way judges are picked, or the kinds of courts, or the rules for the court to adjudicate, or whatever it might be. We can adjust that if it's not delivering the result that consumers want. But I think just thinking about it from a legal perspective does ignore this broader political response to cases where it's clear to the public that there's a problem, and yet somehow the existing rules cannot fix that problem.
I mean, towards the end of the day now, and it's about making markets work for people. People have got really one concern at the moment, and that's high prices. Yeah, it's the elephant in the room, elephant being knitted in the room. And traditionally, people have said this is sort of macroeconomic, exogenous. There's no place for a competition authority here. Maybe if there's price gouging, then you should look into that. But what is the place of, perhaps start with you, Monique, what is the place of competition enforcement for high prices, for inflation-driven prices?
Well, look at the market concentration. First of all, there is a phenomenon going on for the moment, maybe not for competition policy, but for other enforcement authorities, which is called shrinkflation. We call it shrinkflation, means you have the same price. So it's not a price increase, but it's a reduction of the volume that you get. But it's it's not transparent. You just pick the same package and you don't realize that it's 50 grams less. It's a price increase, it's hidden. So that should be immediately taken. You can have an immediate action there by the national enforcement agencies. This should be immediately sanctioned because it's really unfair to consumers. But then when you look, food prices currently are going up very high, and there are good reasons in part for that because of the energy prices, but we also believe that there might be a case of concentration of the market, in the market. And the Austrian competition policy earlier this week, they have opened a sector inquiry on the food industry. So maybe this could be something other competition authorities could be looking at. In energy now, of course, for the moment, it's a full mess. But their energy companies might also be watched a little bit more closer to see how they are now managing their pricing policies, because there is a huge lack of transparency. Currently, if you want to know what you're paying per kilowatt hour, it's a black box. It is really unacceptable. So part of that is unfair marketing practices, but as the whole sector is behaving like that, maybe there is a case for looking into that sector in a more, let's say, drastic way.
Fiona?
Yeah, I think I'm not in the camp that thinks that suddenly corporations got more greedy in 2021 than they were before. I think corporations are always profit maximizing. But it is worth thinking about if we have fallen down on the job in merger and antitrust enforcement over the last 20 or 30 years, and sectors are more concentrated, they're more prone to coordinated effects. And inflation gives cover to industries that are becoming less competitive or learning how to raise prices together. So I think this is a major issue in an environment of inflation. And food, for example, while we think of food as being competitive because of the wheat farmers, actually the intermediate steps in food are quite concentrated. So that would be a prime concern. Again, a market investigation is quite a nice tool if you have it. I was in Iceland recently. They have a market investigation. And one thing they are thinking about doing is opening a market investigation in a sector where there was a shock because of the pandemic. Prices went up. Then the shock goes away, and now it's easy to get computer chips or whatever, but yet prices are not falling back again. And there you might want to investigate to find out why and perhaps try to improve competition.
Thanks. So, throwing that open to the audience for the last few minutes to get some questions, Q&A. If anyone, we've got two hands there. I'm going to take Martijn Snoep there at the front.
Thank you very much. My name is Martijn Snoep. I'm head of the Dutch Competition Authority. And I have a question that was slightly similar to the same question that was raised during the previous panels, but rephrased a bit. During the first two panels, the question was asked, do competition authorities and does competition law need to deal with externalities? And I think that is actually not the right question, or at least that's the easy question. I think the right question and the more difficult question is, should competition law or should competition authorities stand in the way of genuine private initiatives that reduce competition on the one hand, but also reduce negative externalities?
Well, if those private initiatives aren't harming competition, then there's nothing to say. Of course, that's fine. If they're reducing competition but achieving some other green goal, then as a consumer, I want to know what is the trade-off. If you're telling me the good is 100 euros more expensive and I will get €1 in carbon benefit, I think this is a bad deal. If it's €1 higher prices and 100 euros in carbon benefit, sounds great. So now you have to measure it. And then, but again, this is what Jean Tirole was talking about this morning. This is mission creep for the agency, and it's going to be very difficult to do because we are going to ask, well, the people paying the extra 100 euros for the widget, are they the ones getting the benefit from clean air, or is it other people who didn't buy the widget at all? Now I have to care about those people, those two groups. Do I love one of the groups more than the other of the groups? Probably I shouldn't do that. Probably I should love them all the same. What about the people who live outside the European Union who are also benefiting from less carbon? Do I love them? Are we going to make the people in Europe pay high prices because there is some benefit to people in South America? So these are questions that you need your political structure to answer, not somebody who is charged with carrying out competition law, in my opinion.
Yes, and in that context, I would really like to say also, when it comes to, there could be some sort of exemptions due to sustainability, because you need to promote sustainability. And there, what we would really, you cannot ignore the effect on consumers. And there, we really would like to see serious distributional impact assessments on different segments of consumers, because you need just to be aware of what you're doing. I mean, or what the implications of that decision, specifically on the less affluent segments of consumers, because there can be as you say, there will be trade-offs, but it must be very well explained to the people also, and it must be minimized. You must find among the solutions that you might find, you must identify those that are the less, let's say, harmful for consumers.
Thank you. I'm going to take Simon Holmes this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Monique. I very much liked your comment and agree with it, where you said that the sustainability option should be the default option, i.e. the easy option. But all too often, I experience the exact opposite. I'll give you two simple examples. The exact opposite, even where there doesn't seem to be any real cost to business, so we haven't got the same sort of trade-offs we've been talking about. Two simple domestic examples. My washing machine's default option is to go for a 4.5-hour cycle. However many times I put it onto something shorter. Why anybody would want to wash something that long beats me, but it's certainly not energy efficient, and I don't see any benefits of manufacturers. Secondly, and a more common one, is carbon offsets. People like me might like to see it compulsory for airlines to have to offer a carbon offset. To have to carbon offset. But I see no reason why they should not be obliged to at least offer a carbon offset. So my question is this something which Buick is pressing on? And why are we seeing such resistance to these obvious default options?
Sustainability is a default.
Yes, so it is about so your washing machine by default is not energy efficient.
The washing machine is not energy efficient, a complete waste of time, and not offering a carbon offset. Airlines not offering carbon offset seems to me to make no sense, and I see no commercial reason for that to be objected to, and every reason why that sort of thing ought to be compulsory.
There is a legislation which is called eco-design requirements, where really there is a lot of push in order to really provide people with less and less energy inefficient equipment, appliances, and this is for the moment being revised even to have a broader context. So there is work in progress there. However, it is very important to realize that there is a huge counter lobby. So even if everybody says we need to be sustainable, there is a huge counter lobby for business as usual. And then about the carbon offset. So you would favor carbon offsets?
He wants them to be offered. He thinks that every airline should give you the option.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear you. So first of all, everything which is a claim related to carbon neutral, we are seriously considering asking to ban them, because you cannot substantiate carbon neutrality. And if you eat bananas in Belgium, you can see carbon neutral bananas being labeled carbon neutral on your banana without any further explanation. So this is a marketing argument which has no substantiation at all. On carbon offset schemes, we would be very cautious because there is so much misinformation and fake news around carbon offset schemes. Don't believe them. So when you see Shell, this fossil fuel company, a huge truck saying that it's carbon neutral, no. Because what they're doing is maybe planting a few trees somewhere in South Africa.
That would have been planted anyway.
That would have been,
yes,
that's what I was saying.
Forest.
So the carbon offset is a big greenwashing exercise in our interpretation. And you agree with me.
I agree.
So.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Luc Hendricks from the European Competitive Telecommunication Association. I will ask a little bit of provocative question. And you gave the example of the CMA in the UK that was analyzing some market issues and then pointing to the right authority to solve it. And Monique, you also said, and we would agree with that when you have competition cases and it takes long time, so time is of the essence, that the competitor die before the problem is solved. And what we see with the ex-ante regulation on telecom markets is that there are still many issues, and we see that there is, at least it's our opinion, that there is a kind of dogma of deregulating now. We really are entering...
Sorry, a dogma of
deregulation of the market, and so it's our view that we weaken somehow even the SMP regime and so on. And we see issues in markets where the national authority does not act, or we would disagree with comment letters made by DG Connect when there are national markets regulators notifying their decisions to the European Commission. Could we imagine, and what would be the benefit out of it, of the competition authorities looking at ex-ante regulation and pointing to the ex-ante regulating and telling them that they are not doing a good job because we do not see the right outcome?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, it's really hard to hear you. Can I get you to slow down? The firms pointing to the national authorities?
Yeah, so what I was thinking when you spoke about your example, could we imagine a system where the national competition authorities would look at, for example, the telecom ex-ante regulator and telecom markets in a country, and then consider that they have not done a good job, and then force them to take the right actions? Because today, if a national regulatory authority does not act, there is nothing we can do. And even more than that, more controversial.
We've got that. Sure, just answer that point.
I think that's what the CMA does. They investigate, they see competition is not working, and they go to the relevant authority and say, you need a new rule, or a better rule, or a different rule, because the one you've got is not getting the job done. I think that's how it works.
And could we imagine the same at European level, where DG Competition would say to DG Connect, we do not agree with your position on this market analysis because it has wrong.
Primus inter pares.
And more generally,
I'm going to stay away from that one.
Or can competition law help to better enforce ex-ante regulation?
Is that the role of a competition
I think we want competition law and regulation to work as complements. The idea is that the regulation is covering problems that are frequent, that are understood, and that should run quickly, efficiently, smoothly. But we always have the competition law for something new, something that is unusual, that was unexpected, and is not competition on the merits. But if you do everything with competition law, it just takes too long. And that you're doing one case at a time when, in fact, there's lots of them. And you would just like a blanket rule to cover all of them.
Thank you. We're going to take a question from Slido, which is, how could we conceive and integrate notions like democracy and sustainability in competition rules? Either you want to say that?
Well, I would say we heard this morning this is a bad idea. So I think we don't want to do that. I think we want to have the parts of government that are able to trade. So let's imagine, like the Dutch, we're going to say that green is part of competition law, and we're going to have a ton of carbon is worth 80 euros, and so the price can go up by 80 euros as long as the tons of carbon go down by 80 euros. Okay, that's already complicated because there's people who consume the product, people who don't consume the product and live in the Netherlands, people who don't consume the product and live in France, people who don't consume the product and live in Brazil. That's hard. Imagine, what are the units of democracy we're going to use? Well, the price goes up by 100 euros. How many units does democracy have to go up to offset 100 euros? I don't even know where to start with that. So this is why I think it's not a good idea.
Monique, there is pressure to make competition law do stuff for democracy and do stuff for plurality and so forth. You can see parts of that coming in the recent Google ruling. There's kind of flirtations with it.
Well, I don't know whether I have a solution for that, but certainly I can contribute to the problem. No, because the point is there is a huge, with digital markets, we see a huge, I call it permeability between markets and societies. And the fact that you as a consumer are being put in a bubble because they know you so well is also a major problem for the democracy, because as a citizen you will be put in that same bubble and they will, the things that you will see before the elections is not the same that I will see before the elections. So this is so that means that if there is an abuse of your data by a gatekeeper, that has a major effect on democracy. So that could be a way. So competition policy or enforcement could be part of the solution in keeping that under control.
Well, but I think this is what the Digital Services Act is trying to do. That's not competition policy, that's regulation of a harmful product. Disinformation, misinformation that causes either health and disease in the person who reads it, or harm to the society she lives in. Mm-hmm. So I think this is the political response, to pass a set of rules that limit this kind of bad situation.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, everyone. I'm going to take one last question from Yanis.
It works.
Only because it's you, Yanis.
So Yanis Lianos from the Greek Competition Authority. So it's a question about what was discussed before concerning the food markets. So we live in a global food system, and parts of that system are concentrated. I think the war in Ukraine right now makes it more difficult with regards to concentration as well. And of course, competition authorities, they take only a look on their own local markets. But because, this is a global system, maybe, there is something missing in the picture. What are your thoughts about the way competition authorities might react to the current problems, which are not necessarily always competition related, but might be competition related of the global food system? And the second thing, I could hardly resist, Fiona, what you said before. There might be some possibilities that you can assess, possibly sustainability effects from one side, and competition effects from the other side. We do that in impact assessment analysis. Why can't we do that also in the context of competition law analysis?
Let me take the first one, because then maybe I'll leave Monique the second one. I think that a lot of these big agribusinesses like Cargill's and Archer Daniels Midland and so forth are operating in multiple countries. So it certainly seems like a fertile place for competition authorities from different countries to collaborate and share information about what is happening to the markets in their country, and maybe that together would piece together a story that is more compelling or understandable and then lead to some ideas for a solution. I think that's a great example.
Monique?
By the way, just to mention, the Ukraine crisis has not given a food availability crisis in Europe, only a food affordability crisis. So that's already a signal that should maybe be interesting for competition authorities. No, on the sustainability, I would, of course, encourage to have sustainability in the checklist of the competition authority, but that's because as a consumer organization, I would like to minimize the number of doors we have to knock on in order to have some illegal activity to be enforced.
Thank you very much. I'm going to put an end to it there. I had one job, which is to finish on time, and I've not completed that. We've run over, but we've solved the problem of making markets work for people, so all good. We're now going to hand back to Alexander and Olivier to close out the day. I'd just like to ask you to thank my panelists in the normal way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this third and last and very dynamic panel. Well done. I will now ask Olivier to close the proceedings. And after that, there is no rush. to leave because there are still drinks being served. I'm saying this already now. Olivier, c'est à toi.
That's the incentive for you to stand me to the bitter end. The drinks, I mean. So I was told there is oh, hell. Just messed it up. So it's one of my great qualities. I'm completely digitally illiterate. What a day. And I would maybe like to start these closing remarks with a look at the painting, if I can manage. That is the symbol of this Making a Market Work for People conference. So, you know, this is the painting. And it's Lorenzetti's allegory and effects of good and bad governments. And this is a fresco painted in Siena, in Italy, in the 14th century. And the portion we have chosen as a symbol for our conference shows a well-governed city. So you have it in front of you. It's a depiction of peace and harmony and hard work. And this is what good government can produce. So from where I stand, a world in which competition and regulation are used in complementarity, as we heard today, to align short-term crisis management with long-term objectives, and along the way strike the right balance in many trade-offs we face as regulators and as a society. So this idea, which expresses in modern vocabulary a challenge that is really not new, came forward in the first panel shared this morning by Margrethe Vestager, and I think it has been a guiding thread throughout the day. So if you go to the other side of the image, this is what is painted on the opposite wall in Sala della Pace in Siena. And of course, it's a very different story that is at play. Here you see the little devils, fire, violence, death. And these are the effects of bad governments. And maybe a pretty good allegory of what is ahead of us at this very moment if we continue to procrastinate. So the question is just as topical now as it was in the 14th century. What makes good government? And how can we ensure that good government, so good policy action, makes markets work for people? So as Margrethe put it this morning, the thing that we are building and maintaining with well-functioning markets is the well-being of our people. But of course, the well-being of our people has many dimensions, and Jean Tirole this morning made a quite powerful presentation, which maybe I could sum up using his own words. Mission-oriented agencies are effective but narrow-minded. So expanding missions makes for more open-minded, but less effective enforcement. Goals become fuzzy, and independence becomes at risk. In other words, this is a strong plea that we heard in favor of a principle that another Nobel laureate, Robert Mundell, popularized. It is optimal to affect only one objective to one instrument, if you want to be successful. The first panel, moderated by Margrethe, revolved around that theme and explored a number of different dimensions of it. Kristalina Georgieva, I think, made an extremely interesting explanation of how regulation and competition policy are no substitutes, as we would say in competition policy vocabulary, but rather complementary goods in order to make market work for people. She explained that competition policy should ensure the best possible framework conditions, while regulation should set the right incentives to get markets to deliver the socio-political optimum. So put in the context of Jean Tirole's analytical framework, this suggests that while competition policy should not substitute other instruments in reaching specific policy goals, it should certainly not stand in the way either. A plea that was echoed by Anu Bradford this afternoon, taking digital markets and the Digital Market Act as an example of complementarity between competition policy and regulation. Many other speakers Monique in particular made that point as well. Nadia Calvino approached that same issue, making the point that competition policy cannot work in isolation and avoid deciding on some key trade-offs. She questioned whether competition rules are still fit for purpose when it comes to our need for the future, chips, wind turbines, electric cars, and she pleaded for a strategic approach to value chain, reliability and security of supply, taking a different approach than Professor Tirole. And this made me realize that while competition is really good at ensuring diversification and therefore reliability and security of supply, at the same time, some certainties in competition policy terms are shaken. For example, there are a number of things we consider to be efficiencies in competition policy, and therefore we take them for granted as good, for instance, just in time, but which in reality go against resilience. In other words, there is a cost to resilience in terms of cost of these efficiencies, and conversely, some positive externalities that increase systemic resilience, they cannot be incorporated in the competition metrics, or at least with great difficulties unless they match clear and quantifiable consumer preferences. The example taken by Professor Tirole of green efficiencies was topical in this respect, and this is really an important debate. This is a debate that keeps us busy for quite some time among our community of competition authorities, and this is probably a debate that will continue to keep us busy in the years to come. Of course, we had to have a bit of competition policy versus industrial policy, otherwise it's no fun, and we would have been disappointed. And of course, the so-called European champions as well. And this was discussed quite intensively this morning in the second panel. And I have to say, I really liked Thomas Philippon football example. I don't know if you liked it, but I liked him really well. Because like him, I've never seen a sprinter winning the 100 meters race in the Olympics while having avoided for the 4 previous years very carefully to meet any competitor. Usually it's not the best strategy to win, and in the economic world it's pretty much the same. It goes back to another trade-off, of course, which Nadia front-loaded, which is the short-term versus long-term trade-off. And Margaret asked earlier this morning, do we want cheap solar panels from China now, or good and affordable solar panels from Europe in a few years? And that is very much the question. Do we want to save costs today by sticking to the energy sources status quo, or do we choose the initially more painful thing and invest heavily in renewables for the future? We see today in the field of energy the consequences of indulging too much into short-term strategies, trying to avoid to pay the price of adaptation in the short term. We end up paying a much higher price later in monetary terms, but also in terms of dependency and over-reliance. We heard it this morning. If there is any silver lining to a terrible crisis like the one that is going on now, it is that it forces us out of the short-term, long-term dichotomy. In reality, the long term is catapulted into the short term. We no longer have the choice to act or wait. We must act, and we must act now because our window is shrinking. If only as a society we could get our priorities straight without a major crisis, particularly in Europe, I have to say, that would really, really be good. And for this, of course, we need a strong competition policy alongside sound regulatory frameworks. And we heard it this afternoon from Monique Goyens, the head of BERC. Consumers rely on us to provide them with safeguards. But while we act to address the various crises we find ourselves in, and while we make our choices in each of these trade-offs, we still must keep the playing field leveled for everyone in the EU. And Margaret said it in the opening speech this afternoon. In the EU, we have each other, and in the end of the day, the single market as our greatest asset. So we must, as competition authorities, remain grounded, focused, and stick to the core mission. And while doing just this, we should not and we cannot stand in the way of other policy tools that pursue other valid policy interests, of course. But we should not try to solve every problem under the sun with competition policy tools either. That would be my conclusion from the day. I would borrow it from Fiona Scott-Morton just a few minutes ago when she said competition still matters, but the rules are important. I think that's clear. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a really rich day, and I'm very grateful to Margrethe for having taken the initiative to host this conference at this very point in time. And we heard it all the day. It's a very good time to have this conference. So it was really good. And I'm super grateful to our speakers. A number of them came from really far to be with us. So that's an effort we're very sensitive to. We're grateful for them having shared their insights today in what was a really incredibly bright lineup of speakers, and that fueled fluid, passionate, and passionating debates. And it is so important for us as competition enforcers to encourage lively debates on what we are doing and to take an active part in it. It is so important at a time where fears are feeling and feelings of withdrawal are increasingly powerful, to hear voices stating very simple facts like we will need a lot of innovation and a lot of disruptive innovation to meet the considerable challenges we face, and clearly competition does that better than other forms of organization of market. And although we are continuously very busy with our day-to-day business of enforcing competition rules, we really must regularly take a moment to confront views, be challenged, and take stock. A moment to reflect on what our greater objectives are, and at the same time communicate to the people we work for, all of you in the audience and online. Finally, I would like to address a very warm thanks to the organizing team, and I would like to call them on stage and give them a very warm round of applause, please. Please welcome Jory, Clara, Ubaldo, Davide, and of course the boss, Alexander. Where is Alexander? As well as our colleagues from the TIC of TIPIC. And the last thing they have prepared for you is a great cocktail, so meet you there. Thank you.
too much.